Senate will come to order. Senator Champion.
Good morning, Mr. President. The Senate is now under call.
Senate is under call.
I move for the Senate to be now under call.
The
Thank
Senate
you,
is
Mr.
under
President.
He came in on Friday.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings on the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
To that motion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The Secretary will close the roll.
Please stand for the prayer, and following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Today's chaplain is my pastor, the Reverend Jeff Hansen from Spirit of Hope United Methodist Church in Golden Valley.
Would you bow with me? Good and gracious one, we know what is right, each one of us does, and we know what needs to happen to make this part of your world right for our friends, families, neighbors, and communities. It is ever so clear to us, and yet we disagree. How can this be? Is it possible that we may not know all that we think we do, and that there is a deeper wisdom to be discovered, a greater goodness to be reached, a fuller truth to be revealed than what any one of us now possesses? And could it then follow that another person sitting across the aisle, across the hall, across the great political divide of this day, may have an essential piece of the greater puzzle that is needed, that we need, that you call us to assemble? God, help us to listen first, in humility and grace, in generosity and respect, especially to those we'd prefer to simply shut out. Help us to listen with open minds and hearts, so that we may truly do your work, find your way, or for your goodness to all of the citizens of this state and beyond, those whom we serve now and those generations yet to come. Amen.
I pledge allegiance.
Morning, morning.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I can't believe we're already where we are, to be honest with you.
The secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Bach, Benson, Bigham, Carlson, Champion, Chamberlain, Clausen, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Duckworth, Dietzick, Eaton, Eichhorn, Eakin, Fate, Frentz, Gazelka, Goggin, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Ingebrigtsen, Isaacson, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson-Stewart, Kent, Kiffmeyer, Klein, Karan, Kunish, Lang, Latz, Limmer, Lopez Franzen, Marty, Matthews, McEwen, Miller, Murphy, Nelson, Newman, Newton, Osmic, Pappas, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rest, Rosen, Rude, Senjum, Tomasoni, Torres Ray, Utke, Weber, Westrom, Uyghur, and Wicklund.
Pursuant to Rule 14.1, the following members intend to vote under Rule 40.7. Senators Anderson, Coleman, Draheim, Eaton, Gazelka, Goggin, Kent, Limmer, Lopez Franzen, Marty, and Tomasoni. A quorum is present. Beginning under the second order of business, executive and official communications. The following communication was received. Please make note there is no action required. Moving to the third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce that the House has adopted the recommendation report of the Conference Committee on Senate File 2677 and repassed said bill in accordance with the report of the committee so adopted. Senate File 2677, a bill for an act relating to unemployment insurance. Senate File 2677 is herewith returned to the Senate, signed Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives.
No action is required. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File 4062, a bill for an act relating to state government appropriating money for environment, natural resources, and tourism. Senate File 4062 is herewith returned to the Senate, signed Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk of the House.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do not concur with the amendments by the House of Senate File 4062 and that a conference committee of 5 members be appointed to the subcommittee on conference committees on the part of the Senate to act with and like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File 2673, a bill for an act relating to public safety, amending certain statutes regarding public safety, criminal justice, and corrections. Senate File 2673 is herewith returned to the Senate, signed Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk of the House.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Limmer, I move that the Senate do not concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File 2673, and that a conference committee of 5 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House file herewith transmitted. House File Number 3872, signed Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives.
No action is required. We move to the fourth order of business, first reading of House bills. The House file has been given its first reading and will be referred as indicated. Moving to the eighth order of business, first introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills in today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Moving to the ninth order of business, we will adopt the author's motions in one motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. Senate Resolutions 129 through 133 will be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate File 4547 be withdrawn from the Committee on Education, Finance, and Policy, be given a second reading, and placed on general orders. I request a roll call vote.
Roll
I
call
am the
requested,
chief
roll call
author.
granted. Senator Uyghur, would you like to explain the referral?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, later today on special orders, we'll be considering the Education Supplemental Bill. The bill, which focuses on literacy, has an appropriation of $30.7 million. We will support that, and that's great. However, we started the session with over $9 billion in surplus, and to put $30 million into education grossly ignores the needs of public education throughout our state. We need to do much more. The bill before you provides what the governor has asked. In addition, we have the appropriation for the Letters program and the Regional Centers of Excellence. We need to meet the moment in addressing the needs of student mental health, the concerns of parents, of teachers that have complained of burnout, that are leaving the classroom. We need to provide additional assistance in the formula as proposed by Governor Walz. We need to close the problem now in not addressing the cross-subsidy. This provides that opportunity in addition to English language learners, additional opportunities for Grow Your Own, for more teachers of color, early education opportunities, and more. We are just asking to be a part of the discussion and what we're going to talk about today for education. Originally, the bill that will be special ordered was the governor's bill. It was gutted. All that we have in that bill is on literacy. I'll reiterate again, we support that 30.7 appropriation, but 30.7 million out of a $9+ billion surplus, it is totally out of sync with the needs of public education. We're asking, please, can it be a part of the discussion of the future of public education for our state? Governor Walz's proposal, which was comprehensive, was not heard. I have not had a bill heard all session. In fact, since the last time was 2 years ago, 3 years ago for E12. Senator Kunish, since she's become a member of the Senate, 25 years an educator, she has not had a bill heard in E12. Senator Isaacson, a member of E12, an educator, he has not had a bill heard in E12. We are shut out. And members, this is our only opportunity. We have election certificates just like the majority. But if you don't hear our bills, this is our last resort to bring a motion to at least be a part of the discussion. Again, I ask for a roll call vote. I ask for our right, for the loud voices of students, parents, and staff, that we be heard and that you vote yes and it be a part of the debate today when we discuss the future of public education in our state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call has already been granted. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I encourage a no vote on the motion.
Further discussion to the motion to withdraw. Roll call being requested. The Secretary will take the roll on the motion to withdraw. This does take a 41 vote, members. I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Draheim votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Rosen votes no.
Rosen votes nay. Senator
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes no.
Thomasoni votes no. Call on Senator Frentz to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Why, thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kent votes aye.
Kent votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 nays, the motion to withdraw does not prevail. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills made special orders for immediate consideration. Members, the list is on your desk.
First bill on special orders is House File 4293, number 97 on general orders. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'm glad to bring House File 4293 to the floor today. This bill, by the way, has several articles in it, and I'm going to call your attention that I'm going to start out with Articles 1, 5, and 6, which pertain to state government, policy, finance, and elections. Also, it includes military and veterans affairs. So I'll start out, Senator Lang will continue, and then after that we will go to Senator Newman's transportation articles in this bill. So in particular, for state government policy, finance, and election articles, appropriations is first area. And in this regard, the Secretary of State has $6 million for local grants. Minnesota IT, $4 million for data availability and storage. There are other details in the bill, but that is a high-level picture of the appropriations. My committee was given $10 million in total specified to elections. There are bipartisan policies in this bill. Appreciate those of us working together and getting these put together. One of the things I'll call your attention to is the Office of the Legislative Auditor, who made the Board of Cosmetology recommendations. And so in this bill, you see provisions to lessen costs to those who are practitioners, lessen some of the regulatory burdens, preserves public safety and sanitation, and also increases the board from 7 to 11 members, 3 of them being newly added would be public members. Also included in this bill is language for nonprofits, increasing accountability and transparency for nonprofits. Again, in this bill are technical updates to boards and commissions, in particular the Capitol Security Commission being extended to 2036. There's other language in here for horse breeders and their breeding fund that will be allowed to be used for adoption, for retirement, or to repurpose them. Capital Commission Security, certified public accountants, technical language for them, the Gambling Control Board to prevent deactivating the e-pull tabs in accordance with rulemaking. So these fought very hard to be able to have e-pull tabs. That's all of your local units all across the state of Minnesota, enabling them to give money through charitable contributions to 4-H, football leagues, basketball, baseball, 4-H, and a number of those as well. In regards to the Attorney General, only use government-funded employees, no outside purchased staff. Consumer choice of fuel is another important component. Just to remind you that actually in Minnesota rules, the name Minnesota has been replaced with California. We want to make sure this is Minnesota and that Minnesotans have their choice of fuel. In regards to the elections, our focus was on transparency and security. In particular, also, we've done some campaign finance board. Senator Dietzig's bill that requires a registration with the campaign finance board with a receipt or expenditure of $200 instead of current law, which is $750. Senator Port also has campaign finance board language closing an area that the campaign finance board advisory opinion allowed some special access during session in accordance with current law, and that language that she has agreed to would close that particular area. There are technical updates to the absentee ballots, in particular the naming of them. Some of the old names were a little bit confusing, and this brings more accuracy to that particular area. We focused on transparency and security in another area. That is making sure that when the results are reported on election night, that absentee ballots and same-day votes as of 8 p.m. on election day would be together reported as one. I think you remember 2 years ago they were reported separately, never done before in our state, caused a great deal of confusion amongst the general public. This makes sure that, again, the voting on election day and absentee ballots, that number is reported as one. Minnesota ballot drop boxes, current law, they're only for your own ballot. Agent delivery must be brought in to the county office. So we want to make sure that is the case, and we're providing a notice for those who use those ballot drop boxes that they would be in accordance with current law, and a notice would be on the outside of the drop box. Probably an area that we heard a great deal about as members from all across the state of Minnesota was the fact that non-government groups were sending out absentee ballot applications. They weren't ballots, but they sometimes included sample ballots, which were very confusing because they look so much like a real ballot. So we've gone to changing some statutes in regards to that. So they would be printed on the materials, not official government communications, not sent at the request of an official government entity, that it's not an official ballot if they have included a sample ballot, that all of these things would be included, that would be labeled clearly for the general public who are just going to the mailbox and opening up their mail. And we want to make sure that they understand when it's official government mail or it is sent to you from a non-government entity. We've also included an additional position called Ballot Board Observers to increase transparency in the processing of absentee ballots. The other area is making sure that when you have an absentee ballot location that is not the county office or is designated as an office for receiving absentee ballots, to make sure that everyone is open for those 46 days preceding Election Day. Want to make sure that all voters have equal access to any polling place location, whether it is before Election Day or on Election Day. I want to say a special thank you to the Association of Minnesota Counties, to the Minnesota Association of County Officials, the subcommittee, and also to the League of Minnesota Cities. We spent many hours together considering their input and their language and their interests. In particular, in this bill is required live streaming. In regards to the current right now, we have drop boxes, those who have them, that those must be recorded. We added to that live streaming. And then we also have the ballot boards and their work also live streaming. There's other language as well, and the funding here for local units of government is included in this bill so that it is not an unfunded mandate and that there are requirements in this bill. We want to make sure that they also have the funding to do this. One of the portions of this is to include that realizing with same-day voter registration, we want to make sure that before the canvassing board meets, that all voter registration information is entered into the state voter registration system. We ought to know who has voted, whether it's before Election Day and absentee voting or on Election Day before a canvass, and also that voter history be updated as well. To let you know, the Help America Vote Act passed many years ago, requires immediate entry of voter registration. Minnesota needs to come into conformance with that area of federal law. And it's time ended now to take 46 days to do this, and we've provided money in this bill to enable them to have some assistance for the data entry as well. So members, that is a high-level version of what we have in the state government policy, finance, and elections portion of the bill. And Mr. President, I would also like to offer an amendment, the A45.
Senator Kiffmeyer offers the A45 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Kiffmeyer moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 28th as follows. Page 52, line 17. This is Amendment A45.
To the A45 amendment, Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. A large part of this particular amendment are technical dates, effective dates, a variety of areas like that. But I will call your attention to a particular areas in the bill that I would like you to, that would be important to you to have note. One of them is municipal IDs. Limiting municipalities from issuing their own IDs. I believe it is in the best interests of the people of Minnesota. We have a Minnesota driver's license and a state ID, which is generously available to people in Minnesota, including those of low income, senior citizens, and those with disabilities. And so not having a municipal ID. That's one portion of it here. We have also become aware that there are two of our largest counties who have decided that election judges would have to show proof of vaccination for COVID prior to becoming appointed as an election judge. We feel that is absolutely inappropriate. These election judges are serving only for Election Day. They are not county or city or township employees for any other purpose than being an election judge. So this language makes it that the municipalities cannot offer or cannot require that they be vaccinated prior to serving as an election judge. And Mr. President, I also have an amendment to the amendment, and that is the A49.
Senator Kiffmeyer offers the A49 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report to the amendment.
Senator Kiffmeyer moves to amend the A45 Amendment, House File 4293, as follows. Page 6, line 17. This is the A49 Amendment to the amendment.
To the A49 Amendment to the amendment.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Kiffmeyer.
President and members. What this does is, to be explicit, we're inserting not just election judges serving the polling place, but to be absolutely clear, or a member of a ballot board. And members, I ask for a yes vote on the A49 Amendment. Thank you.
Discussion to the A49 Amendment to the amendment. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I'm just, looking at this quickly, Senator Kiffmeyer, and wondering if you would yield, Mr. President, if Senator Kiffmeyer would yield to a question.
Senator Kiffmeyer will yield. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Kiffmeyer, I am looking at the language of the amendment, and in particular, Section 13, where after an election, if someone has not voted, that their registration would be removed. Senator Kiffmeyer, am I reading that section correctly?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Well, Mr. President, I believe we're on the amendment to the amendment at this time, which is the A49. And I'd be glad to answer that question, but I'd like to do it after, when it's appropriate, when we're on the underlying amendment.
Yep. Senator Murphy, we're on the A49 Amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will hold. Thanks.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A49 Amendment to the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Motion prevails. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Murphy wants to ask her question now, or is it to the bill, not the amendment?
Senator Murphy, we're now on the A45 Amendment as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer, for that, allowing me the clarification and then to ask the question. So, Mr. President, would Senator Kiffmeyer yield, please?
Senator Kiffmeyer will yield. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Kiffmeyer, I know you probably heard my question, but again, I'm wondering if you could share with me if my reading of the amendment is correct, that if made law, if a person didn't vote, that their registration would be removed from the voter file or from the rolls of voters.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Mr. President, can I just clarify the question here? Did you have a specific line that would be helpful to me? Maybe you mentioned it and I just didn't catch it.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Kiffmeyer. Yes, I am referring to Section 13 of your amendment, lines 5.18 and through 6.11, I believe, in your amendment, and it's titled Posting Voting History, Failure to Vote, Registration Removed. I read through it quickly, of course, because we just got the amendment, but my understanding of this, and I'm asking you to clarify if I'm accurate, that if a Minnesotan who is registered to vote failed to vote, then after the election, their registration would be removed. Is that accurate?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Murphy, as I'm looking through this, there's Section 35, and I think you mentioned Section 13, and so I just want to be sure I'm on the correct language so I answer your question accurately.
Senator Murphy.
I know, but there's no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, point of information, are we on Amendment A45?
Senator Murphy, we are on the A45 Amendment as amended, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And is the A45 posted online?
I am getting nods from the front desk that yes, it is posted online.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am looking at an amendment, the A45, moved by Senator Kiffmeyer on my computer screen. And there's a Section 35, but I'm not referring to that. I am scrolling down to to line 5.18.
Mr. President, I got it.
Any further clarification? Senator Kiffmeyer, are you ready to answer?
No, ready to go. Thank you very much.
All right, Senator Kiffmeyer.
So to let you know in regards to this language, as I initially explained as well, that prior to the canvass of an election, the county auditor must post the voting history and must determine if any registrants have not voted during the preceding 4 years. That is at the close of the calendar year. And just to mention here, the language on 5.23 from shall to must is really the same. It looks like it's something new, but it is not something new. Staff, I believe in almost all of our bills, anywhere they find the word shall, they strike that and insert must, but that's a technical area that our nonpartisan staff do in all of our bills, but it does not change the policy or the language. Line 5.21 would be the change, and that's the only change that is in Section 13.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer. And if she would yield for one more question, please.
Senator Kiffmeyer will yield. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer, for the explanation of the shalls and the musts. And I am wondering if you could explain just a little bit more about the amendment to the language at the start, that within 6 weeks after every, and then prior to the canvass of an election, if you can put into plain language, of course I'm not on this committee, the meaning of that for Minnesota voters, please.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. What it says, really in very plain language, instead of taking 6 weeks to enter the voter registration information in accordance with the Help America Vote Act federal law, that it be done immediately, within 6 weeks does not comport with immediately. Prior to the canvass of an election is the closest we felt we could come to give our local units of government some time. And before the canvassing is when it is most important to have all that data entered. So we're striking 6 weeks and saying prior to the canvass, that information be entered by the local units of government. There's funding in this bill in case they need extra staff to do so. There's funding for grants through the Secretary of State office to accomplish this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion to the A45 Amendment. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer, for your explanation.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. And will Senator Kiffmeyer yield?
Senator Kiffmeyer will yield. Senator Dietzig.
Senator Kiffmeyer, there's a lot of language in here that appears technical language on hair technician and the Board of Cosmetology, and I apologize if you discussed this earlier when you were explaining the amendment, but for whatever reason, I get a lot of emails from people whenever we discuss cosmetology and hair technicians, and so I'm wondering, did this have a hearing, and is this an agreed upon language, or there's still some controversy on this language?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did have a hearing, and also the OLA report had a hearing as well.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Kiffmeyer yield again?
Senator Kiffmeyer will yield. Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kiffmeyer, is this based on then the OLA report and some other agreed upon language?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, this language here is language that is coming out of the OLA report, and it is agreed upon in our committee and also in the bill as we've moved it through other committees as well, including the Finance Committee.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer, for that explanation. That's helpful. Just so when I get all those emails asking about that. Then I have another question on line 3.24 on the municipal IDs. So if I'm looking at this right, this is a new section, and it doesn't look like we are necessarily prohibiting them. We are just saying, notwithstanding that you can't use this ID to qualify for anything. Is that correct?
Senator Kiffmeyer will continue to yield. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. The municipal ID definition here, and so on and so forth, and yes, that it cannot be used for proof of identification for state or federal programs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dietzig.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Following up on Senator Dietzig's question regarding the identification, would Senator Kiffmeyer yield?
Senator Kiffmeyer will yield. Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kiffmeyer, was this portion of the bill, was there a hearing at all pertaining to this during the legislative session?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Mr. President, again, just to clarify, I was listening to staff here. Senator Clausen, could you give me, is this in regards to municipal IDs that you're referring to, or another topic?
Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I ask Senator Kiffmeyer to repeat that, please?
Senator Kiffmeyer, repeat your clarifying question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Clausen, would you give me the page and line numbers so I can be sure I'm on the right page with you? Okay. Members, these technical amendments often are a little bit lined up a little bit differently. Thank you.
Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Kiffmeyer, thank you for the clarification. I'm looking at the amendment, line 4.5, subdivision 2, municipal ID acceptance limited.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. And your question in regards to the language that is here, Senator Clausen.
Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kiffmeyer, was there ever a hearing held in committee regarding this portion of the amendment?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Clausen. This is an issue that came up too late for a bill hearing, and I received many contacts in regard to this and concerns, and so I have put it in this amendment before the body today.
Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Kiffmeyer yield for a second question?
Senator Kiffmeyer will yield. Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kiffmeyer, for what purpose would this identification be used for?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Clausen. In regards to the use of this, the Ramsey County and Hennepin counties, in regards to their intentions of using municipal IDs, what their uses are, I am not acquainted with all of the uses that they might have, but I think it's very important for our Minnesota system to have the consistency of the state ID or the driver's license ID that are used for purposes that are important here to Minnesotans, that we have a consistent ID usage that is our state ID or driver's license ID.
Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer. I guess I have a concern about putting something in the bill for an identification issue without really knowing how that identification is going to be used. With that, Mr. President, I'm going to request a roll call on this, please.
Roll call requested and a roll call granted on the A45 amendment. Any further discussion to the amendment? Senator Wickland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this amendment, and the language specifically that I'd like to comment on is line 6.13 through 6.21, and I'd just like to raise an objection to imposing this type of requirement on local entities that precludes them from requiring vaccinations. I can't believe that we would implement something that would take away a local authority's ability to require people who are working in close contact with people all day during an election from having a vaccination, and it includes all communicable diseases. So I strongly oppose this amendment.
Further discussion to the A45 amendment as amended. Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the A45 amendment. Senator Jasinski to report votes of members voting under Rule 40.7.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Draheim votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes aye.
Tomasoni votes aye. Senator Frentz to report votes of members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I report Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Kent votes no.
Kent votes no. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Lopez Franzen votes no.
Lopez Franzen votes no. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Marty votes no.
Marty votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Nelson votes aye. All members having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 29 nays, the amendment as amended is adopted. further discussion to House File 4293? Senator Champion.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this morning to Senate file that is before the body. Mr. President, before I offer my amendment, I just quickly want to just say, because I think it's important for context in order to understand why I'm standing today. I think it's been important for government and others to find a way to encourage Americans, and particularly here, Minnesotans, to participate in our democracy. I'm proud to say that I'm aware of the fact that here in the great state of Minnesota, we've done a phenomenal job of wanting to make sure that individuals participate in our democracy. And I also think it's important that we, as Americans, we have a right to vote, that we should encourage folks to vote, and challenging those who seek to restrict, whether it's black, brown, women, anyone, any American from voting and making sure their voice is not heard would be a real challenge to our democracy. And so the beauty of our democracy, Mr. President, is best illustrated, I think, by a blanket. I was thinking about a blanket because I was cold this morning when I woke up. But I realized that a blanket is used to wrap our citizens in respect and security, protection, admiration, and honor for every individual person's voice to be heard by our vote. It's believed that receiving a blanket will bring good dreams and prosperity. When a blanket of democracy is placed on an individual, it is like wrapping the respect and admiration each person deserves. But unfortunately, Mr. President, there's an aspect of Senate File 4293 that leaves us in the cold or gives us the cold shoulder. So we must protect our right to vote, not create barriers. We would and should never give a person a blanket filled with holes. This bill would create holes in our blanket of democracy. So members, join me in preventing actions that undermines our basic tenet of our democracy that centers around voting. So, Mr. President, I offer the A10 Amendment. A10.
Senator Champion offers the A10 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Champion moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 2, delete Section 2, page 3. This is Amendment A10.
To the amendment, Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this amendment, as I mentioned, attempts to create or take out opportunities to undermine our democracy, send the wrong message to our constituents, but we want to do everything we can to encourage folks to vote. And so this amendment deletes the following sections from Article 6. Section 7 through 10, where it classifies data in statewide voter registration system as public. This would make information available to anyone who requested, including challenged status, which just means there's a question about the ability to vote and could be just a slowly updated database. States that have done this, Mr. President, have seen this information weaponized to intimidate and harass voters. Section 12, it deletes Section 12, which reduces the amount of time local election officials have to enter election day registrations from 42 days to before the canvass, likely less than a week. This would severely inhibit and challenge local election officials' ability to enter in registration information. It also deletes Section 17, which requires that the temporary absentee polling places be open for the entire absentee voting period. This would limit locals' ability to open temporary polling places for convenience or to address demand. For an example, I know in my district, sometimes they open the Minneapolis Urban League or other places, or even there's this Hennepin county space that Hennepin County Elections Office has that is a warehouse on Hennepin Avenue. But also Washington County also has used disability. So this could also be a challenge for large rural counties as well. This also deletes section 18, 23, 24, and 37. This requires absentee ballots drop boxes be live streamed 24/7 during the entire absentee voting period on election day. This will be cost prohibitive and unnecessary. It will force counties to use drop boxes, and that would be a challenge. So we also want to delete sections 20, 30, and 33, which requires ballots be printed on paper that contains a security marking. Why do this, Mr. President? This is unnecessary and could lead to security issues. But it also sends the wrong message, because we here in Minnesota, we've done a good job of supporting each other. We don't have election fraud. We don't have nothing that would require such a request. I also want to delete section 22, which establishes partisan absentee ballot board observers. So this is another avenue for, in my opinion, for harassment and intimidation of local election officials. And all proceedings are public anyway. So there's nothing that a person would have to be concerned with because it's public. I'm almost done, Mr. President, because this is a very important amendment that is before the body. My amendment would also delete section 29, which prohibits local governments from accepting contributions from for-profit businesses or nonprofits for the purpose of paying expenses associated with conducting an election. If we want to get at dark money, let's focus on campaign finance. We can deal with it that way. Locals should still follow legal reporting requirements, and funding is only used to pay for election-related expenses that was critically important during the pandemic. Last but certainly not least, Section 36 requires reports from the Secretary of State regarding grants from Article 1. Mr. President, I believe that these sections should be deleted because we want to make sure that we are encouraging individuals to vote and not find ways to create more barriers. Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll stand for any question.
To the A10 amendment, Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prior to my responding to that, I'd like to impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is under call.
This would be for the remainder of the bill.
Screens. Haven't. You're getting a whole bunch of stuff in Minnesota, I'm sure, pretty soon. They care where it is. About the same as BLM. Empty now.
Mr. President,
Senator Kiffmeyer.
I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members, and if there are any 40.7 to report as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
On that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. Secretary will close the roll. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. And to the 810 Amendment, I'd first like to start out with we are a republic. As a matter of fact, when we did the Pledge of Allegiance today, we did the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands. Without question, within our Constitution, which makes us a republic, we certainly have elements of a democracy, such as voting and elections, which execute a lot of the other provisions that are in our Constitution. So I just wanted to make sure that we had that clarified. As to the 810 Amendment, I do not support the 810 Amendment and ask for a no vote.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to speak again. Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Champion.
Mr. President, I think it's important for the body to remember a couple things. When we talk about democracy, it has to be more than just an articulation of our Pledge of Allegiance, but it requires also for us to operationalize our perfecting union, and that we should do things to perfect our union. And perfecting our union, Mr. President, means making it possible for all of us to exercise our rights as citizens. At the base of this notion of democracy that we all are perfecting each and every day is one's ability to vote. That means to hear their voice. When it says we the people, it means we the people, not only the people we want to vote, and therefore we create barriers and obstacles for them to vote. That's not American. That's not democracy. That is not us operationalizing our right to vote. And so I just want to continue to suggest that we should do the right thing here by voting green. If you want to spend more money, then you would vote red. If you want to create more restrictions, then you want to vote red. If you want there to be less voting opportunities, then you vote red. If you want to contaminate our trust in the great state of Minnesota and send the wrong message to our citizens, then you vote red. I believe the right vote here is green. Green is for prosperity. Green is for going forward. Green is for all the things that's positive about moving forward, not red. Red means to stop. I don't want us to go in reverse. I want us to go forward. So, members, I'm asking you to vote green.
Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say a few comments in support of the A10 amendment that has been introduced by Senator Champion. If you listen carefully, he eliminated basically all of the, what I would term, voter suppression elements that are in the bill. And I think it's important to note that in our hearings in committee, We had testimony from the League of Minnesota Cities. We had also testimony from the Association of Minnesota Counties. And they were very much in opposition to some of the elements that were in the A10 Amendment because they lacked the human capacity to accomplish some of the tasks or that there wasn't funding available. So I think it's important that we listen to those people that have to implement some of the provisions that are in this bill and take heed that they are saying we cannot accomplish the task. And I would encourage a red vote on, actually a green vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Friends.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, and thank you, Senator Champion. Senator Champion's a little bit nicer than I am. We're talking about making it harder for Minnesotans to vote, and I want to ask this body to look carefully at this question. Who among Minnesota voters are we making it harder to vote? Why are we making it harder for them to vote? What is voter suppression if not an attempt to say this group is going to have a harder time voting and getting their vote counted? And then finally, members, I would say, why would we make it harder for a Minnesotan to vote? And we are the #1 voter turnout state in the country and proud of it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kiffmeyer would yield.
She will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kiffmeyer, I was perusing the language of the bill and saw that there was a prohibition in your proposal that would, oh, here it is. It says an agent must not, this is on page 77, line 32. It says an agent must not deposit the absentee ballot return envelope of another person in a drop box. This is a sincere question, Senator Kiffmeyer. It's not a gotcha, because maybe I don't understand the language and the proposal here. My question is, I'll just give you an example. It's a real-life example. Last year, my father-in-law voted, and he was quite elderly and quite frail, and he voted in his condo, and then we took his ballot to the drop box at City Hall and placed it in the drop box. He was unable to make that trip. He certainly would be physically incapable of the act of handling the envelope and putting it into the box. Would that be allowable under this circumstance of the language of your proposed legislation, Senator Kiffmeyer?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you for the question, Senator Dibble. In the language of current law, the voter may designate an agent to deliver in person the sealed absentee ballot return envelope to the county auditor or municipal clerk, or to deposit the return envelope in the mail. An agent may deliver or mail the return envelopes of not more than 3 voters in any election, but the main point here is the agent must not deposit the absentee ballot return envelope of another person in a drop box. So agent delivery means someone who is entrusted to take the ballot of another person, and that is designated by the voter. And so for your particular case, Senator Dibble, you could be the agent. You would take your father's absentee ballot, you take it to the county office and turn it in there and make sure that it is deposited and counted and accurately taken care of, and that is already current law.
Senator Dibble.
So, Mr. President, Senator Kiffmeyer, so in the instance when we were there helping him with this task and unable to access the office of the county auditor because of the hours and with insufficient time left to mail, what you're saying, Senator Kiffmeyer, is there is no way that my father-in-law could have voted in that instance. So that is an inhibition and a restriction on his right to vote, and I think this is not advisable language to become law because someone's sacred right to vote in their democracy, who has voted his entire adult life, 100 years old at his time of passing a month and a half ago, would have been denied one final opportunity to participate as a full citizen of this country. Thank you, Mr. President.
To that point, Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. To Senator Dibble, first of all, my condolences to you on the loss of your father, and what a wonderful thing that he reached such a wonderful age and time and value to your family. But again, there are 46 days before Election Day when you can cast an absentee ballot. The office hours are very generous, including the Saturday before Election Day, the Monday before Election Day, and also on Election Day. Minnesota is one of the most open states in regards to being able to cast your absentee ballot. That is current law, but it does not include putting them in a drop box. It includes the mail, and agent delivery is in particular here. It's very important, and we have that in here today to cover someone like your father. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the reasons why we should be supporting Senator Champion's amendment is because the location of the drop boxes are that of where the office of the county auditor is. In a county like mine, the county auditor is officed in Stillwater. But in Washington County, we have multiple county government buildings where county work is completed, whether it's in Cottage Grove, Woodbury, Forest Lake. So if I wanted to drop at one of these drop boxes, I'd have to go to Stillwater, which is about 25 miles north of me. Or if you were in Forest Lake, you'd have to do about the same time south. And so it's an impediment to vote and to exercise one's right to vote. And so I would stand in support of Senator Champion's amendment.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lastly, one of the things that Senator Kiffmeyer just said, Mr. President, that I think is important to ask a very critical question, which is, why in this bill are we trying to limit individuals' right to vote? Why are we creating barriers? Whether it's 42 days, 46 days ahead of time, we should still allow and support same-day registration and voting. The last thing that I'll say is yesterday I had the privilege of attending, and it's still on this amendment, Mr. President. I had the privilege of attending Walter Mondale's service. And one of the things that was said during that service that was so significant, and I think is important now, and it really captured his love for Minnesota, but it was also his guiding principle that I think is appropriate here, and why I'm asking this body to join me in supporting this amendment, is because he said, one of the things he was quoted as saying, we told the truth, we obeyed the law, and kept the peace. That should be our guiding principle here. Minnesotans have told the truth when they have gone to the polls. They have obeyed the law, and they have kept the peace. So join me in supporting this amendment.
Seeing no further Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just need to make sure to clarify there is nothing in this bill that changes same-day voter registration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to support the Champion Amendment. This is a serious amendment. We did pledge to the flag. We also have all taken an oath to support what the flag represents, and it represents a democracy. It represents sticking with the Constitution of both Minnesota and the United States. And all of those two documents, plus the image of the flag, support our democracy. And that requires that we have access for all people who are duly eligible to vote, to have unfettered access to the ballot box and also that their ballots are counted and are used to further our democracy. Now, what I'm seeing in this particular area of the bill that Senator Champion is trying to correct is some discouragement, even for volunteers. Discourage the volunteers, discourage the voters, discourage the county officials to bring us this unfettered access to the ballot box. And I think that is something that all of us have taken the oath of office to support and to make sure that our democracy does succeed and it is successful in the future. So I support Senator Champion's amendment, and I urge a green vote.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to briefly run through what this amendment does. We hear a lot about the voter suppression that this vote is going to incur, but I want to speak in opposition to the amendment. Here's just a couple of the sections that I'm looking at here. 2 and 3 talk a little bit about the data and how that's going to be looked at, whether it'll be accessible to people or not. And I think there's been some verification issues that we want to make sure that that data is open to. You want to talk about live streaming. So the fact that we're shining some light into the counting and looking at those ballots. There's been some questions over the last couple of elections of how that's been done. This would really shine that light into it. I don't see in here anywhere that's going to make it more difficult for voters necessarily. Most of this amendment is taking out the good public policy sections that would shine light into those elections, which would keep down some of the rumors, some of the things that are going on out in our state right now. The people are leery of what's happening behind the curtain. Let's draw that curtain back, members, and see what's back there. And if there's nothing wrong, we have nothing to worry about. And that's all that Senator Kiffmeyer is trying to do here. So I strongly oppose this amendment.
Senator Johnson-Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if Senator Kiffmeyer would yield for another question.
She will. Senator Johnson-Stewart.
Senator Kiffmeyer, I don't see any provisions in here for limits on putting an absentee ballot in a post office box. So would I be able to mail my husband's absentee absentee ballot by U.S. mail?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President, because it is the law and that you can deposit mail in the mailbox. And you're not an agent in that regard. Agent delivery is a specific type of designation, but putting mail in the mailbox does not equate to agent delivery.
Senator Johnson-Stewart.
I just find it curious that we're not limiting the number of, if it's good enough for the law that I can deposit my husband's absentee ballot or anybody's absentee ballot in the U.S. mail. I find it somewhat curious and doesn't make much sense to me that I can't do the same thing into a absentee ballot box. I also want to point out that the language of the bill requires that the drop box be located within 100 feet of the auditor's office. I'd be especially concerned if I was a legislator from Lake or St. Louis or any of the greater Minnesota counties. If I lived in Grand Portage, for example, and I wanted to drop an absentee ballot off, let's say on the day of voting or whatever the case was, I would have to travel 118 miles. So I stand in support of my colleague Senator Champion's amendment, and I would encourage my greater Minnesota legislator friends to do the same.
Senator Friends.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, members. This debate is actually very important to a lot of Minnesotans. And Senator Johnson, I'd just like to respond briefly by answering the very good question that you asked, which is, why does this matter? It matters if you make it harder for Minnesotans to vote, if they have to drive farther, if they have to jump through more hoops. We don't want to make it harder for Minnesotans to vote. We want to make it so that every eligible voter can vote. And I again call the body's attention to the question of who are we making it harder to vote for, and why are we making it harder for them to vote? If we want to remain the #1 state for voter turnout, we should make it easy for eligible voters to vote. That is the central mission of a democracy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I do want to thank Senator Friends because he did take some of the things that I was going to say. But the other thing that I was going to say just really quickly, when Senator Johnson, Mr. President, rose and said, you know, this wouldn't really stop people from voting, in essence. In fact, it does. When you look at Section 12, that reduces the amount of time, for an example, for election folks to have to enter, you know, same day information. One would say, well, how does it? It's because you now make it much more difficult and costs go up when we think in terms of what those local elected officials would have the ability to do. When you think in terms of requiring 24-hour live streamed information during the entire absentee voting period and on election day. Why do we need to do that? I asked the question, have we had any complaints around drop boxes, them being vandalized or them being robbed? The answer is no. Then if not, then why are we doing this? Last but certainly not least, why do we want to prohibit individuals from being able to contribute to encourage people to get out to vote? If you don't want to do that, that is because you don't want the information getting out to people that they should vote and they should exercise their right to vote. That's undermining our democracy. So, Mr. President, I would ask for us not to join this course of restricting individuals' right to vote, but we should be encouraging and finding pathways for individuals to vote.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A10 Amendment. I call on Senator Friends to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Kent votes aye.
Kent votes aye. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye. Senator Friends.
And I report Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Friends. Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Nay. Senator Friends.
Senator Jasinski.
Senator Jasinski. I got this stuck, don't I?
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Draheim votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes aye.
Thomasoni votes aye.
Did you intend to vote no?
All members having voted with the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 nays, the motion does not prevail. The A10 amendment is not adopted. Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A48 amendment.
The secretary will report the A48 amendment.
Senator Benson moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 28th as follows. Page 43, line 3. This is Amendment A48.
To the A48 amendment, Senator Benson.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's some nonprofit oversight language in Senator Kiffmeyer's bill, and I want to hone that a little bit based on some feedback that I've gotten. So as we walk through the amendment, starting at line 4, we're adding the word aid because as I talked to the Office of Grants Administration, they differentiate between grants and aid, but could not provide me a definition. So we just want to make sure that we're encompassing the breadth of funds being transferred. We are removing the requirements for hospitals and nursing facilities, assisted living facilities, because they provide a specific service and are under a specific contract, and there's sufficient oversight as to where their payments are going. We exempt medical assistance and Minnesota Care payments because those are for some reason categorized as grants. And then under capital projects 16A, those grants are a different category than we intend to include in these reform and oversights. To be eligible for a grant from the state of Minnesota, if you receive more than 50% of your revenue from state funds in the previous year, then you need to submit to the fiscal agent the relevant 990s for each of the 2 years preceding. The 990, as you know, is the IRS form that nonprofits are required to file. They must not have on its governing board a voting member who's an employee of the state agency. So that leaves ex officio members, county commissioners, et cetera, still available to be on the board of these entities. The organization must submit to the fiscal agent a certified financial audit for the most recent 2 years of the grant application. I think this will raise the standard, and it actually conforms with things that are going on at the Office of Grants Management but aren't being followed by agencies across the enterprise. Officers and members of the governing board must not have been convicted of offenses involving theft, fraud, and embezzlement. The organization must not compensate an officer greater than the governor's annual compensation during a 12-year period. Folks, if you look at some of the 990s for organizations who are coming here, you'll see that their compensation far exceeds commissioners and the governor. And then notice to the legislature of ineligibility so that we can keep track of which organizations are coming to us and have been deemed to be ineligible. We're the ones who appropriate money. We should be knowledgeable in some of this oversight. and reports to ranking and minority members of legislative committee budget jurisdictions so that we can analyze goals, priorities, and measurable outcomes for the grants. One of the things that I've noticed during my time here in the legislature, we give money to organizations because they tell a good story, and then if we just let that money go and never check to see if they've accomplished the goals, we are not being good fiduciaries of the taxpayers' dollars. And with that, I am happy to stand for questions to the A48.
To the A48 amendment, Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I do support the A48 amendment. As a reminder to us, we already have nonprofit accountability language in the bill. These are welcome provisions from Senator Benson. Also, we as a Senate and the House, the entire bodies of both, voted this year on topic selection for the Office of the Legislative Auditor. There are 3 topics on nonprofits that were issues, and accountability was an important part of that. Matter of fact, I feel the sense that if this had been law at the time that Feeding Our Future was dealing with these grants, we may have prevented a real problem area for the people of Minnesota and the grant recipients as well. So this adds some important provisions, and again, I ask for a yes vote on the A48 amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the A48 amendment? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A48 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no.
No.
Motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion on House File 4293. Senator Isaacson.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'd be remiss when talking about the election portion of this bill to not think of it in the grander scheme of what's occurring in our nation, and also to really be able to articulate why I don't support the bill. And I want to just highlight a couple things that I think are really important to hit. What I'm struggling with is Senator Champion attempted to remove some things that we think probably weren't necessary or inhibited people's ability to vote. And I know that typically when you're in the minority, you think about stopping the majority if they're doing something you think isn't good. And it's hard to even take that step further and start talking about the things you could be doing to make things better, right? And so I'm disappointed in some of the things, and this is what causes me in my rationale and what I hope changes the hearts and minds of some members here on what we're not doing that we could be doing that are very much important to what we see. And my reasons for not wanting to vote for this bill is what it lacks, right? We're not strengthening our voter registration system. We're not developing pre-registration. We're not doing universal registration, automatic registration for 18-year-olds. That's an important thing we could do that would really strengthen and get more voters out there, make it an easier path to becoming a voter. We're not restoring the voice for returning citizens. We're not implementing early voting, language access for absentee ballots. That's something we're not doing. That's something I think is important we should be doing. We're not taking a strong enough stand on protecting voters from intimidation and from being pushed around. There's multiple stories. Just a simple Google search shows the stories that are out there of voters that are being intimidated or pushed around. We have an opportunity to pass some money from HAVA to help address this issue, but we're not. Once again, we're not. We haven't modernized our PCR program. We haven't modernized, in my opinion, Campaign Finance Board enough, but it's really not in modernizing the PCR program that could do a lot to help encourage candidates who are not in the financial situation to run, to give them an opportunity to run, to make a broader swath of candidates in what can only be a healthier body by more voices being added to the table. We have definitely not closed our loopholes on dark money. And what's funny about it is that what dark money does is it amplifies messages that may not be true or fit a particular narrative and drown out the messages. It literally just drowns out the free speech of those that are trying to make a difference. And let me just give you an example of how that works. Say you have a candidate running for the House, and they are in a seat that the opposition party, whichever side, wants to have. So the candidate then runs, raises his $55,000 or $60,000. His opposition raises their $55,000 or $60,000. And then dark money comes in and spends another $250,000 to $400,000 against him. So they're being outspent like 6 to 1. 6 to 1, assuming that maybe the party that that person belongs to and their advocates don't defend him because they think the seat is safe. It creates a real imbalance for candidates. And they don't have stand a chance in the blizzard of mail and media that come out. I have been through that. In 2014, that exact scenario happened to me. And it creates a situation where the candidate doesn't have a chance to get the voice out because, frankly, they're being overshadowed by big money and their hands are tied by a current campaign finance system. We're doing nothing to fix that. We're allowing dark money to decide our elections. Folks, the reality is that we know waves have an impression on our state. When a wave comes through, whether it's conservative or liberal, it has an impression. And what dark money is able to do in a way that's insidious to our democracy is amplify that wave way bigger than it should be. And drowns out the voices of those that are not as moneyed or supported or have the chance to get their message out there. It's just not an effective way to run a democracy, and we do nothing to stop that. So folks, I am really concerned about that. I also know we do nothing to take the ability to draw maps out of our hands, to support putting an independent commission. We're doing nothing with that either. And I'm really concerned about that because these are the things that it isn't just about keeping what we have, because let's be honest. Say what you will, right now in Minnesota, we're doing a pretty good job. Former Senator Jensen aside, we're doing a really good job, and so is our Secretary of State. And I think it's important that we recognize that there are still more things we can do to not only strengthen our democracy, but to make sure that our system gets even better. There's still room for growth, and I want to see us do that, which is why, folks, I offer the A19 Amendment.
Senator Isaacson offers the A19 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Isaacson moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 73, line 20. This is Amendment A19.
To the amendment, Senator Isaacson.
Everything I just listed, this amendment does. What a fabulous opportunity we have here. Everything I just talked about, that's what my amendment does. It fixes all those things I said we're not doing and gives us a chance to do that, folks. It provides us with that opportunity to make the real difference, to continue making sure Minnesota is a beacon of light when it comes to voting. The standard set in our democracy is this state, and I want to continue to set that standard. And how do we do that? By improving and strengthening our democracy, folks. By having automatic registration, by having true early voting, by having ballot access, getting rid of intimidation, by having a PCR program that actually helps people get into office and run for office, close dark money loopholes, we don't drown out free speech, establish an independent, citizen-led committee to draw our maps in a way that's fair for all Minnesotans, not just the people in power. I hope that you will vote green.
To the A19 amendment, Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Isaacson, for bringing forward your amendment. To just be clear, in regards to anybody's ability to vote, that is unchanged in regards to the language of this bill. Everybody who is eligible to vote has the ability to vote, and we don't take anything of that away in this bill. We do increase transparency and security, as we should, and that's very, very important to consider. There are many other provisions that are here in regards to the language of this amendment, and I do not support any of these provisions and ask for no vote on the A19 amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment. Senator Isaacson.
Mr. President, I would ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Roll call requested and a roll call granted. Any further discussion on the A19 amendment? Senator Herr.
Mr. President, I rise to support Senator Isaacson's amendment. And I'm glad that I live in Minnesota of the accessibility of our voting process. I'm also glad that as a person of refugees, former refugees, and had the opportunity to be elected to serve the Senate here. And every time when members of New Americans, whether they're from the country of Myanmar, Laos, Tibet, East Africa, and so forth, they will invite me to speak to them in the rotunda on the Capitol Mall here. And I always encourage them to vote. I told them that as a refugee, we came to this country with empty hand. And the only right we have, equal to those who make 6 digits income and so forth, is our finger the right to vote. And I know that there are many members of New Americans also very passionate in changing the political situation of their home country. And I say to them this, that in order for them to change the political situation in their home country, the lack of democracy, they have to perform democracy here and also uphold our democracy by voting here first. And they are very eager to do that. But as I heard the amendment from my colleagues, Senator Champion and then now Senator Isaacson, I support both of their amendments, but I regret that it will be opposed and not passing through. So I already told my story here that we should make voting as accessible as could be, easy as could be. That is the pride and proudness that I have for our state. I'm sure the generation before, the immigrants that came before, have that opportunity, and we should maintain that opportunity of accessibility here for this generations of New Americans and people who may not have accessibility to the poll as they should. So again, I rise to support Senator Isaacson amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author yield for a question?
Senator Isaacson will yield. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple questions, actually, Mr. President. And Senator, on page 2.15, can you explain to the body what that means? Obviously, I mean, it means that somebody under the age of 18 must be at least 16 years of age to be able to vote in Minnesota. Is that correct?
Senator Isaacson.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. I've got a busy action going on. Could you say, I didn't catch the beginning of your question. I apologize. If you could say it again.
Senator
I'm sorry.
Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, Senator, line 2.15, can you explain that clause there, please?
Senator Isaacson.
And the other one was where?
Well, thank you for the question. It's to allow people under the age of 18 to register to vote, so when they turn 18, they are registered.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator, what you're saying is that somebody 16 years of age may be able to vote in Minnesota, correct?
Senator Isaacson.
I would suspect that someone's trying to buy some time right now. Obviously, that's not what it says. It says 16 or 17-year-olds can register to vote, which means when they're 18, they can vote.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you. And another question, if the senator would yield.
Senator Isaacson will yield. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Because I'm not, thank you, Mr. President, because I'm not on this committee, and I, as you know, you get involved with other committees, and sometimes this is the first time you look at different issues. And on page 49, subdivision, section 17, issuance of democracy dollar coupons. Can you explain that to me?
Senator Isaacson.
Mr. President, just give me 1 second. Thank you.
Senator Isaacson.
Mr. President, thank you, and thank you for indulging me to make sure I got this answer right. What we're trying to do with this is give people a chance to be able to contribute money to campaigns. And so if you look under Section 18, line 50.11, they explain how we can do a rulemaking on that to make sure that we provide people with an opportunity to donate to campaigns.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
So, thank you, Senator, and would you yield for one more question?
Senator Isaacson will yield. Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you for taking the time to look that up, Senator. Could you tell me really what the difference is between that and the campaign refund program that we now have in Minnesota?
Senator Isaacson.
What this does is it makes a more direct process that modernizes the PCR system.
Further discussion to the amendment. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will make a point of order in regards to this bill that is out of balance. This is a financial issue, and it is appropriating money to the Campaign Finance Board, which is not in this bill. So on both of those positions, I believe that is I don't have the exact reference, Mr. President, memorized here, but I believe it is 7.4, that this amendment be ruled out of order under 7.4.
Senator Kiffmeyer rises to a point of order under Rule 7.4. Advice. Senator Isaacson.
It certainly is. And frankly, I'm shocked I got this far. Thank you.
Further advice. I find the point of order is well taken and the amendment is out of order. Further discussion on House File 4293, Senator Bigham. All right, Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A14 amendment, please.
Senator Johnson Stewart offers the A14 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Johnson Stewart moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 68, line 5. This is Amendment A14.
To the A14 amendment, Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer, for including this provision in the bill. I'm very grateful. This amendment simply clarifies some feedback that I got from the Minnesota Society of Professional Surveyors, which is the professional organization for all registered and licensed surveyors in the state, that they would like clarification as to who this provision goes through, and so I've added some clarifying language. I hope that Senator Kiffmeyer would find this to be acceptable. Thank you, Mr. President.
To the A14 amendment, Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. So looking at this language, 68.5, it reads currently the Chief Geospatial Information Officer. And what you are asking here is for in consultation with the Geospatial Advisory Council and Minnesota Association of County Surveyors, I would consider this a friendly amendment and ask for members to support the A14.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Senator Johnson Stewart.
I would like to express my appreciation to Senator Kiffmeyer. Thank you.
All those in favor of adopting the A14 Amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. I'd like to offer the A11 Amendment.
Senator Clausen offers the A11 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Clausen moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 90, after line 19, insert. This is Amendment A11.
Senator Clausen to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the A11 Amendment makes a change in Section 32 of Minnesota Statute 2020, Section 40204C, Subdivision 3, which is the section relating to certifying election results by the State Canvassing Board. I think many of you are familiar with the State Canvassing Board. They receive election results from the county canvassing boards, and then they put all that information together and they develop a statewide election report certifying election results. And as required in statute, there are 3 requirements that relate to the reporting. The first is the report requires a number of individuals voting in the state and each county, so we have a number of total voters in the state. Secondly is the number of votes received by each candidate and identifying the counties in which the voters' votes were cast. And then third, if we have a constitutional amendment, again, the state board will count those votes for and against the constitutional amendment. The A11 Amendment adds one additional requirement to the duties of the State Canvassing Board. And I'm going to read just the sentence that relates to the amendment. Upon completion of the canvass, the State Canvassing Board shall declare the candidate duly elected who received the highest number of votes for each federal and state office. And the purpose of the A11 Amendment is to further certify election results by identifying exactly who won the election. Thank you, Mr. President.
To the A11 Amendment, Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Clausen, for the A11 Amendment. And members, I do not support this amendment. The purpose of the canvassing board is to canvass the votes received by each candidate, counted for against each constitutional amendment, the number of individuals voting in the state and in the country. It's an administrative position. And also there, after the state canvassing board, especially in a really close election, there could be a possible recount and prematurely declaring the winner and the loser. I don't believe is the place of a canvassing board. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a no vote to the A11.
Discussion to the amendment, Senator Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to point out that the A11 Amendment is the same language that is found in the county canvassing board. So they have the same language, and I'm just adding that to the state canvassing board. I think also there have been attempts in other states following the 2020 election to override state canvassing results with false claims, unfounded accusations, and so on. I think that this amendment just adds additional certification to who exactly is the outcome of the election and who actually won the election. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A11 Amendment. Senator Clausen.
I would like a roll call vote, please.
Roll call has been requested and a roll call granted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A11 Amendment. Senator Jasinski to report the votes of members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Draheim votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes no.
Tomasoni votes no. Senator Frentz to report votes of members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Kent votes aye.
Kent votes aye. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, I report Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And I report Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. All members having voted or desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 36 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Further discussion. Senator Latz.
Mr. President and members, the state government's bill addresses the Minnesota Attorney General's office in a couple of respects, including funding their operations or providing supplemental funding for their operations. The Minnesota Attorney General's office has a division called the Criminal Division. And this division exists primarily to prosecute complex criminal cases all around the state. And it's there for certain kinds of serious violent crimes over which the Attorney General's office receives jurisdiction, sometimes from other county attorneys' offices. And a lot of what they do is they supplement the resources of our greater Minnesota county attorneys' offices that don't have sufficient resources or expertise to handle the occasional cases that come up in their jurisdictions. Now, when I was, about 25 years ago, the time that I was working as an assistant attorney general, the criminal division had about 12 attorneys in it. When the current attorney general took office, they had 1. They now have 3 due to the shifting around of some resources within the office. But it's important to understand what they do in order to make informed decisions about how to fund them, whether to grant their requests for supplemental funding. So the Attorney General's office, actually for the last 3 budget cycles in 2019 and 2021 and now in 2022, have made a request for supplemental funding from the legislature, adequate funding from the legislature, for them to have a fully staffed criminal division. And to illustrate the importance of their work, I want to give you some information that comes directly from the president of the Minnesota County Attorneys Association, which fully supports this request. The Attorney General's office helps the greater Minnesota County attorneys in homicide cases, but due to the lack of criminal division staff, has not accepted requests for assistance in other cases involving violent crime, white-collar crime, financial exploitation, federal habeas corpus petitions, and multi-county prosecutions of drug or human trafficking. Many county attorneys have very small offices, in some cases with part-time staff. And in the rare instances when a serious crime occurs, in these greater Minnesota counties. It's beyond the expertise, the experience, and the resources of these small offices to properly enforce the law within their jurisdictions. The group of experienced prosecutors from the Attorney General's office is often asked to respond to a request for assistance in the best interests of public safety. And to illustrate that point, I want to cite a letter from the Cook County Attorney's Office in which they explain the resource issues a little bit further. 24 county attorneys' offices in Minnesota. 24 have 2 or fewer attorneys. And there are 14 counties with just 3 attorneys. So while acting as line prosecutors for criminal sexual conduct cases, serious domestic violent crimes, and the same variety of crimes larger offices handle, they also provide the civil work for the county boards. They draft and amend ordinances. They negotiate contracts. They advise in numerous areas of the law and assist in resolving their county's most difficult conflicts. So when crimes such as murder, sex trafficking, human trafficking, large-scale drug manufacture and sales do occur, but with less frequency than in more densely populated areas, they simply don't have the resources to adequately seek justice in those cases. They end up finding themselves without the capacity for those most complex and difficult prosecutions. But of course, you'll agree that the victims of these crimes in small communities deserve the same level of justice as Minnesotans living in larger communities with larger prosecution offices. The Freeborn County attorney supplements that with the illustration that they only have 5 attorneys when fully staffed. But for the last several years, they have only had 4 attorneys because they can't get anyone to make an application right now that is qualified in their county. Yet, when they do reach out to the Attorney General's office, they do it because they desperately need the assistance to function. The AG is currently assisting their office in 2 complex cases. One, an attempted murder case involving 3 victims, including a local policeman, and a second one, a sexual psychopathic personality commitment that requires expertise they simply don't have and can't maintain on an ongoing basis. And it wouldn't make any sense for them to maintain it because it doesn't happen very often. But they have the ability to turn to the Attorney General's office for the help that they need. I also have a letter in my possession from the Todd County Attorney's Office and the Cottonwood County Attorney's Office supporting the Attorney General's request for a supplemental budget. So I'm going to offer an amendment that provides the financial assistance to the Attorney General's office so that they can rebuild and supplement their current poorly staffed, or I should say inadequately staffed, criminal division. There's going to be another provision in the amendment that I'm going to offer, and it addresses a provision in the underlying bill here that restricts the staffing in the Attorney General's office, in particular the source of funding for the staffing in the Attorney General's office. There's a provision that addresses the performance of legal services in this bill that requires the legal services to be provided by an employee of the office or another Minnesota governmental entity or a federal government entity with limited exceptions. And this is directed at a couple of attorneys in the office that are funded as fellows by the New York University School of Law, the 6th ranked law school in the country. This is a common practice throughout Attorney General's offices in the United States. Some of their activities, their legal work, is funded by sources other than state legislative appropriations for that office. Actually, in fact, when I was in the Public Safety Division, there were funds that were in part connected through the United States Department of Transportation that supplemented the work of our client, the State Department of Public Safety, and through them, the work of the Attorney General's office when they were billed for the services that our client agencies helped pay for. Right now, NYU does pay the salaries of law fellows, and they do it through a program that, and I'm just going to state exactly what this provision in the bill is all about, is funded in part by Bloomberg, a grant from Bloomberg Philanthropies. So NYU has a program that is partly funded by the Bloomberg Foundation, on which the board, the service on the board includes the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, former U.S. Senator Sam Nunn, Henry Paulson, the former chairman of Goldman Sachs and former Secretary of the Treasury under President George W. Bush. So clearly not a partisan source of funding for NYU's program. NYU uses their program to fund fellows in the Minnesota Attorney General's office, in particular 2 fellows that focus on environmental protection within Minnesota, relating to pollution, degradation. For example, the Department of Health and Labor Industry lawsuit against Water Gremlin, the deer farmers versus the DNR, in which the DNR is attempting to protect against chronic wasting disease, PFAS contamination lawsuit and enforcement arising out of the 3M incident, enforcing federal laws that protect Minnesota's environment, the state's case against the American Petroleum Institute, ExxonMobil, and Koch Industries, a landmark consumer protection lawsuit there. So those positions are not Bloomberg-funded attorneys. So the term that's been thrown around is really a misnomer. They're funded by NYU. But they're not the only lawyers in the office that are funded from outside sources. And we should be aware, again, this is common practice throughout the United States Attorney General's offices. For example, there are other agreements with fellows, clerks, and interns in the Attorney General's office that are provided by the University of Minnesota Law School, Mitchell Hamlin School of Law, University of St. Thomas Law School, Harvard Law School, and the American Bar Association. And in most of those cases, the fellows, clerks, or interns are paid directly by those schools. There are also other local philanthropic and nonprofit organizations that support efforts. For example, the Mcknight Foundation funds efforts in the Attorney General's office to fight human trafficking. The St. Paul, Minnesota Foundation are involved. The Great Northern Innocence Project funds the
Mr. President?
Conviction Review Unit.
Senator Benson, for what reason do you rise?
What is the question before the body?
You are correct, Senator Benson. We don't have an amendment. I was just about to ask Senator Latz if we could get the amendment onto the floor so that the author can read it. I hate to interrupt you, Senator Latz, but we'd love to get the amendment.
Mr. President, context would be helpful. Thank you.
And exactly why I'd like to get that amendment up. Senator Latz.
Well, Mr. President, I'm happy to offer the amendment, but I'm addressing specific provisions in the bill before us, House File 4293, that have a direct impact on everything that I have just been talking about. But let's put the amendment out there. I offer the A9 amendment.
The Secretary will report the A9 amendment.
Senator Latz moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 28th as follows. Page 2 before line 36 insert. This is Amendment A9.
To the A9 amendment, Senator Latz, I knew that you were speaking to the bill. There was no question about that. It's just I have mentioned before we love to get the amendment up so that people can know what we're talking about with your discussion. So, continuing with your discussion, Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would note from experience in this body, sometimes we draw parliamentary objections to what we are offering before we even have a chance to explain more than 30 seconds of the amendment. So trying to get that information out there for the body to understand prior to putting the amendment formally on the floor, but here it's on the floor now. So I will continue my explanation of why this amendment fixes, I think, serious flaws in House File 4293. The Office of the Attorney General in Minnesota receives outside funding from a variety of law schools, from the Mcknight Foundation to Fight Human Trafficking, and also a sizable yearly grant from the United States Department of Health and Human Services, which funds 75% of the Attorney General's staff of their Medicaid fraud control unit, including in their work is charging 10 people with 76 counts of manslaughter, assault, neglect, racketeering, theft, and other serious crimes in an Aitkin County assisted living facility, convicting the former operator of a Nobles County nursing home involved in a complex multi-state case, obtaining a guilty plea in a Ramsey County against a former operator of personal care assistant agencies, $4 million worth of fraud in the Minnesota's medical assistance program, winning convictions, also similarly a fraudulent activity in Hennepin County where more than $7 million was defrauded from the state taxpayers. The concern in the underlying bill, in Section 6, to be specific, of the Senate file, where the language is identified, is that it would effectively prohibit the Attorney General's office from providing a lot of important legal services to the taxpayers and the people of Minnesota to protect their public safety. Now, these outside funds or funded lawyers, they come to the Attorney General's office and they owe, by contract and agreement, a duty of loyalty to the people of Minnesota, to the Minnesota Attorney General. They are under the sole discretion and direction of the Minnesota Attorney General. And the work they do is for the people of Minnesota. It has nothing to do with the work or with the source of the funding. So one question I have for the author of the bill here, for Senator Kiffmeyer, if she would yield.
She will yield. Senator Latz.
What impact, Senator Kiffmeyer, would the bill have on the Attorney General's Medicaid fraud unit by prohibiting the performance of certain legal services?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Latz, it would have no effect.
Senator Latz.
So is it your contention, Senator Kiffmeyer, that the restrictions in your bill here would not have any effect whatsoever on the Medicaid fraud division?
She will continue to yield. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, it doesn't.
Senator Latz.
Would Senator Kiffmeyer continue to yield?
She will. Senator Latz.
Would the provisions in your bill affect the Mcknight Foundation's funding for the fight against human trafficking in the Attorney General's office?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. In regards to that particular issue, the language of the bill that is here today, except as otherwise provided by law. So if that particular entity has a provision by law, other than that, the legal services of the Office of the Attorney General shall be performed by an employee of the office, an employee of another Minnesota governmental entity, as may be provided by law.
Senator Latz.
Well, Mr. President, the Attorney General's office seems to think that the Mcknight Foundation funding for the human trafficking would be jeopardized by the provisions in the underlying bill. There's one other point to raise in connection with this, which is the constitutional separation of powers. The Attorney General's office, the Attorney General, is a separately identified constitutional officer. They have separate Minnesota constitutional obligations to be the chief legal officer of the state of Minnesota. And there's Minnesota Supreme Court case law back to 1935 affirming that, indicating that another branch of government, in this case the legislative branch, cannot control the discretionary power of the Attorney General in conducting litigation for the state. There's a 1961 Minnesota Supreme Court decision to that effect. And there's a decision from 1986 that's significantly circumscribing the financial resources of the Office of the Minnesota Attorney General. The legislature would violate the separation of powers by interfering with the operation of executive function. So, members, the amendment before us deletes the section in the underlying bill entitled Performance of Legal Services that places serious restrictions on the ability of the Attorney General's office to have outside funded resources. In fact, I will tell you directly from the Attorney General's office, it would mean no fellowships, no pro bono attorneys, no paid interns, as well as contracts that the office has for specialty areas such as subrogation or workers' compensation, since line 39.9 about arm's length transaction does not sufficiently provide an exception. And it says it would mean the AG's office could not accept a grant from the Mcknight Foundation to work on sex trafficking issues. In short, it limits how the Attorney General's office may conduct litigation, infringing on the constitutional separation of powers. Members, the amendment would fund the Attorney General's office supplemental budget request in the amount of $4,156,000. It would do so by removing the live streaming costs from the underlying bill and reinstate the recording requirement, which is current law. But the live streaming cost, as you can imagine, it's pretty expensive. And for the reasons already explained by Senator Champion in his amendment, I believe it is not necessary for the integrity of our elections, but our safety of Minnesotans will be much better served by using that money for the Attorney General's office to be able to prosecute violent crimes throughout the state of Minnesota. I ask for your support.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Number one, in regards to the Attorney General and his constitutional and statutory duties, the language that we have in the bill continues to allow the Attorney General to use those attorneys in his office as he currently does, and exemplified by the fact that in the criminal division he went from 1 to 3. Previous attorney generals have had a different philosophy and have enhanced the criminal division even more. It's a choice of the Attorney General on the use of his staff. And in particular, a county attorney's expertise. One of the things we have done in the judiciary bill is increase the funding to the Minnesota County Attorneys Association. All 87 counties should be able to have their county attorneys increase their expertise and skill, and that is provided for in the judiciary bill by a greatly increased funding to the Minnesota County Attorney Association so that they can put on more trial schools for our local county attorneys. In addition, when the Attorney General picks up a case, reminding ourselves that the counties, local counties, still have to pay for that additional help. We want to make sure that the money that is used by the Attorney General is under the control of Minnesota federal or state and official government entity, does not use outside funding streams to do that. As a matter of fact, in the last years, the Attorney General office under the state government bill has had increased funding, which has enabled him to do the work of his office. That, Mr. President, I think will accomplish just making sure that folks understand we have not impinged on the Attorney General's ability to use his employees as his discretion gives him to do under Minnesota state law. Thank you.
Senator Lyons.
Well, Mr. President, For a fairly long time, I don't have the numbers in front of me how much the Attorney General's budget has been increased in the last 3 years, but my understanding is that if you go back longer than that, that the Attorney General's office has not had budgetary increases that kept up with inflation, and part of that has resulted in a departure of a substantial number of experienced attorneys from the Attorney General's office over the years. And it's really difficult to say, well, the Attorney General's office should take people out of the Public Safety Division and put them in the Criminal Division, that they have the right to do that, which they do, or to take out of the construction litigation budget that handles the Department of Transportation eminent domain litigation and move them into the Criminal Division, which they have the discretion to do. Or they should take it out of all sorts of other divisions. There are many divisions in the Attorney General's office, and the fact is they have found it unwieldy or insufficient to boost their criminal division sufficiently by poaching attorneys from other divisions whose clients, the state agencies, still have a need for legal services. If the state gets sued, they still have to respond. There is ongoing and regular legal work that simply needs to be done for state government to function. The Attorney General's office is obligated to provide those legal services as well. So I don't think it's appropriate to require them simply to shift their resources around and poach attorneys from other divisions, and in the meantime lose experienced attorneys because to the private sector or other places because they don't have the resources to hang on to them. And I'll be quite candid, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the county attorney training money is supposed to be sufficient. The county attorney's office or association could put on a trial school twice a year, 3 times a year, and they still would never be able to provide the lawyers in the counties that have 1 or 2 or 3 lawyers in their offices with the level of experience and knowledge to be able to try complex multiple murder cases or fraud cases or multi-county human sex trafficking cases. I mean, you can't replace that expertise. A county attorney could not afford to have that expertise stay fresh in their staff for the once-in-a-decade case that comes along where that might be used. Because, okay, let's say they get a county attorney trial school training in that particular kind of a case, and then it's 9 years before that case comes along in Todd County. What good is that going to have done them 10 years ago when they got an Attorney General's office? If they're properly staffed, they've got someone in their office that has tried 2 of those cases in the last year. And do you really want to take a chance on letting someone who's committed a crime like that get off the hook because you have an inexperienced assistant county attorney prosecuting that case? I don't think Senator Kiffmeyer would stand here and say that's the chance she wants to take. So a county attorney's training is a completely insufficient solution to this. The solution is to have staff on the Attorney General's office, in the Attorney General's office, that has the expertise, the experience, the recent experience, and the trial skills that are ready to go for these kind of cases when they come up occasionally. They might come up once a year or twice a year from around the state, even if they come up once every decade in a particular county. That's who you want prosecuting these cases. And I don't think you'd find any county attorney would disagree with that. I don't think you'd find any family of a victim across the state of Minnesota that would disagree with that.
Seeing no further, Senator Ingerbretson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Latz yield for a couple of questions, please?
You will yield. Senator Ingerbretson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, when we're talking about county attorneys, requesting services from the Attorney General, do you know if on those special cases You know, you talked about rural Minnesota an awful lot, and I don't think it's near as often as you say it is. But let's just say it is, because they aren't usually prosecuting too many really seriously violent crimes. When they do actually request from the Attorney General, does the county pay for the services, basically pay for backup, if you will? Do you know that?
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Ingebrigtsen, I do not know the answer to that question.
Senator Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Latz, I don't either, and I apologize for not at least finding that out before I asked. I guess that would be a question for the County Attorneys Association, which seems to be part of this conversation, large conversation. I have to question sometimes, well, I do question actually what's going on, and I think I have a pretty good idea. Members, bear with me a little bit. A couple of years ago, I was put on a committee where, at that time, the new Attorney General Ellison, along with John Harrington, co-chaired the committees, and what we did is we had a group of attorneys and several law enforcement officers and a couple of legislators on this, and we traveled the state of Minnesota looking for and how we could better utilize our resources and better understand what the citizens in the communities that we went to, and that was from Mankato, I believe, to I know Bemidji. I was at several different places, different locations, which I have to really give the committee credit for at least getting out of the city and wanting to know exactly what was going on statewide. And I think it was a good committee, but it was very clear to me what was going on. It was very clear to me that our Attorney General wanted to oversee all the violent crimes, especially where there was police shootings involved. It was very clear. And to back up my assumption here, or my thinking that this was it, most recently in the last couple of years, as you know, County Attorneys Choi from Ramsey, as well as Freeman from Hennepin County, and the County Attorney, Mr. Opatz, who I'm sorry recently just passed away, turned police shooting incidents over to the Attorney General's office for reasons I'm not sure. Hennepin County, Ramsey County, if there were any two counties in the state of Minnesota that may have attorneys that have expertise in homicides, you would actually think Ramsey and Hennepin would have tremendous prosecution as well as good investigation. In fact, Hennepin County's unit is, and the BCA unit is used a lot by and asked a lot by different agencies. So, members, it was very clear to me that our new Attorney General wanted to be able to prosecute all police shootings, no matter whether they were right or wrong. And let's think about that. Why would a county attorney want to do that? Well, if I was a Hennepin County attorney, or if I was a Ramsey County attorney, and where unfortunately there has been some shootings going on over the last couple of years, which I think were, you know, obviously there was trials that went on and actually prosecutions and people sent to prison, officers sent to prison, but it's not very popular with the public when you have to say, no, that officer actually had a reason to pull his weapon, his or her weapon, and take the life of somebody else. That's not very popular. So if you're a county attorney who's looking to be elected and re-elected, it'd be really nice to be able to hand those kinds of cases off. And then you can say, well, you know what, it was the Attorney General's office. So what I'm saying in jest is that county attorneys in the state of Minnesota are running away from their obligations, frankly. And I know, working in county government, that the county attorney's office would occasionally retain attorneys for land and resource issues. In fact, the county attorney, when I was there, said, I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole because that's That's not very popular. So that does go on as well. So you're right. There are some county attorney offices that have 1 and 2 prosecutors, and they don't do a lot, don't have a lot of crime, don't have a lot of issues. But you need to know that county attorneys rarely will step up, and they will bring in other attorneys for whatever the issues might be. If they're environment, they'd be going to environmental attorneys. And Senator Latz, I know you said that the BYU Bloomberg-funded college in New York has done a lot over the years, bipartisan-wise. Different presidents, different governors utilized their expertise. But I think everybody in this room should also know that when the environment issues come up, and there are a lot, I've been here now 16 years, and we have not turned one kernel of one kernel of sand yet when it comes to non-ferrous mining in the state of Minnesota, when we know that the minerals are there, and the industry's been sitting around, and they've been fighting this for years. Those attorneys are retained out of New York, and I would say, would have no proof saying this, but I would suggest that they would probably be very environmental friendly attorneys. So it's not just as easy as explained by Senator Latz, I don't believe. I've had some questions about what the Attorney General has been doing and whatnot. I know, and we're talking about voting here earlier. I know there was some accusations of voter fraud going on at a federal election during ballot harvesting that went on in the Minneapolis area during one of the last elections, where Representative Ilham Omar, I believe, was the finger was pointed at that particular election for somebody being actually taped for ballot harvesting, and that investigation, I think, fell onto the police department in Minneapolis. So I guess I can only assume what happened after that particular incident. You never heard any more about it. So, folks, there's a lot of things, a lot of finger pointing that goes on, and I'm not in the business of doing that. I want to give you some other points of interest. It's very clear that the county attorneys are walking away from their responsibilities in some cases, and I'm really, really upset about that. They're elected by their folks just like everybody else, and to walk away from those things just because they're not popular, then I think it's probably time to change the profession. And I think, frankly, it's not insulting Senator Latz, but I think you're underestimating the ability of the county attorneys statewide and their abilities to prosecute crimes. So with that, I stand with Senator Kiffmeyer with her bill. I know there's been a lot of discussions. We had this discussion actually going on in finance about the money coming from the BYU, and I did have some problems with that. So I would ask members not to vote for this amendment.
Senator Latz.
So, Mr. President, after pointing fingers all over the place, Senator Ingebrigtsen says he's not going to point fingers, but take it as you will. Let me answer a couple of the points that are made. I'm not underestimating county attorneys' abilities to prosecute cases, but I'm taking the county attorneys themselves and their association at their own word that they don't have sufficient expertise and resources in-house to be able to prosecute these once-in-a-decade cases that show up in their offices. Now, the Attorney General's office, even with their small criminal division unit, has made charging decisions about and prosecuted 33 cases of murder, manslaughter, criminal vehicular homicide, criminal sexual assault in the last 3 years. 18 of the 20 counties where the criminal division handled these cases were in greater Minnesota. So those county attorneys, whether they were all lily-livered chicken to prosecute cases because they were going to be unpopular, because they honestly believed they didn't have the resources to do it in their offices, and I believe it's the second one, not the first one, They turn to the office that has the expertise in Minnesota to prosecute these kind of cases, and that's the Minnesota Attorney General's office. The problem is the Attorney General's office doesn't have the resources to respond affirmatively to all the requests that the county attorneys are making for assistance. It is part of the County Attorneys Association legislative agenda to fund this request from the Attorney General's office that's contained in the A9 Amendment. I do have an answer to the question now that Senator Ingebrigtsen raised. The counties do not pay the Attorney General's office for the legal services that Criminal Division provides to prosecute local county matters. They don't pay for it. But even if they did, it wouldn't be enough, because just paying a lawyer for the legal services they render in a particular case is not going to be enough to sustain that one lawyer's salary for a year or to maintain that level of expertise organizationally to make it available when it comes up as needed. It's very simple economics and organizational finance. It doesn't take a lot to figure out that you need a central paying authority to keep people on staff with the expertise so they're there to respond when the request comes in. And if you've got 87 counties, or if you want to subtract Hennepin and Ramsey County, which is a favorite target of the GOP majority on these, 85 counties around the state that occasionally need the Attorney General's assistance in prosecuting cases. If they all paid a monthly stipend into the office to maintain the staff expertise just to have them available, you know, I guess that'd be a different method of financing this. But the better way is for the general fund of all the taxpayers in Minnesota to make sure that expertise is available, so when that once-in-a-lifetime triple murder does come up in Todd County or wherever it was, they're not going to have an inexperienced novice assistant county attorney or elected county attorney prosecuting that case. They'll have one of the best criminal prosecutors in the state from the Attorney General's office available to do that prosecution. That's how it's supposed to work. That's how you get justice for the victim and for their family. It's not because the county attorneys are chicken to do it. And in response to Senator Kiffmeyer claiming that the county attorneys could use their training money to take care of this, the judiciary bill has $100,000 for that county attorney training. $100,000. I don't think that's going to get the job done, members. And if we want to look at, boy, I guess I need to correct some of the record here. By the way, it's not BYU, which is Brigham Young University. It's NYU, which is New York University School of Law. It's the 6th ranked law school in the country. And the attorneys there who worked on the water gremlin issue for the Attorney General's office in Minnesota, who are employed by the Attorney General's office, it's just a different source of funding for their salaries, they were working on an issue where workers were tracking lead into their homes and their kids were getting lead poisoning. And because of this additional funding, the Attorney General's office was able to pursue an investigation there and hold water gremlins accountable. Members, I'm voting with the county attorneys on this because they feel they need this resources available. And I'm voting with the public that wants protection from environmental poisoning. I request a roll call and a green vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A9 amendment. Calling Senator Frentz to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kent votes aye.
Kent votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Draheim votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Senator Gazelka is here now. Senator Jasinski.
Say that. Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Tomasoni votes no.
Tomasoni votes nay. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 36 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I would like to offer my amendment. Are you ready? Are we done? Oh, we're not done. Sorry.
No, Senator Kunish, always ready.
All right.
Go ahead.
So I would like to offer the A12 amendment.
Senator Kunish moves the A12 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Mr. President,
One
this...
moment. We need to report it.
Senator Kunish moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 68 after line 25, insert. This is Amendment A12.
To the A12 amendment, Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is the establishment of a commission to redesign our state emblem and our state flag. It has a very broad membership in it. It includes the public. It includes members of both the House and the Senate. It allows for representation from all of our ethnic council members. The Secretary of State is included, as well as the Minnesota Historical Society and the Capital Area Architectural and Planning Board. It also includes Minnesota Arts Board and Explore Minnesota. It's really important to know that that this commission is going to develop and design and recommend to the legislature and governor a new design for our state seal and our new design for our official state flag. And most importantly, that it will accurately and respectfully reflect Minnesota's shared history, resources, and diverse cultural communities. And so This bill has been something that I've been included in for the last 6 years as an elected state official. I've had many members of the community as well as other interested folks bring this suggestion to me with their ideas, their thoughts, even some of the new designs that are out there. And I feel that perhaps the time has come for us to look at updating the flag so that it is clearer, a little bit more easy for our students to understand and draw when we're studying our Minnesota history and state flag, and also that it does not include images that others and culturally significant groups might find disrespectful. So at this time, members, I would ask that you support this amendment and vote green.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not support the amendment, and I would appreciate a no vote. Thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendment and thank Senator Kunish for offering it. I had sponsored a bill similar to the amendment several years ago. Students from Matamidi High School had come with various ideas and proposals on this. I've heard from people from throughout the state, and this just sets up a process to review it. It's needed. Also, I've noticed at the State Fair, a number of students have submitted for various projects some recommendations as to how we could improve on symbol and flag. So, vote green. Thank you, Senator Kunish, for offering the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A12 amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed? No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Members, we are working on the elections section. Any further discussion to the elections and state gov ops section of the bill? Senator Friend.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, to the state government and elections portions of the bill. I'd like to discuss the consumer choice of fuel language. Mr. President, members, a portion of this bill would prevent the Pollution Control Agency from regulating pollution. Mr. President, I offer the A15 Amendment.
Senator Friends moves the A15 Amendment. Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Friends moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 28th as follows. Page 40, delete Section 9, page 41. This is Amendment A15.
To the A15 Amendment, Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. What we have in the state government bill is a provision which would essentially repeal the Clean Cars rulemaking and prevent the Pollution Control Agency from making rules about emissions. Now, members, we've had a lot of talk in this chamber this session and before about climate change and about carbon reduction, and I'm not going to go back there today except to say that's what these agencies do, is they make rules. Department of Agriculture makes rules about agriculture. The Minnesota Pollution Control Agency makes rules about pollution. The real question here is, should the state agencies be able to do something to help keep our water clean, our air clean, and protect our environment? And I want to just point out what many of you already know, which is that if the state does not make those rules, some will pollute. Let's go back a little bit to the 1960s and 70s with Lake Erie. There was very little regulation. There was industrial waste being dumped into the lake until June of 1969 when it caught fire. That's right, the lake caught fire, flames 5 stories high. And that caused people to say, wait a second, you mean you can just dump sludge that's toxic and can catch fire into Lake Erie as we sit here on the shores of Lake Erie in the city of Cleveland? And the answer was yes. And what did the people say is, well, we're going to have to do something about that. And what this bill does and what the amendment does is address the issue of the Pollution Control Agency and tailpipe emissions. Now, this country has had decades of tailpipe emission regulation, mileage requirements, the ways in which we filter, unleaded gas, if you like that example. What the A15 Amendment does is strip out the language called in this bill the consumer choice of fuel language, and that's a good thing. Now, we can debate what the proper environmental policy is. We can debate how to address tailpipe emissions, but we can't really have an agency to regulate pollution and say, by the way, you can't regulate tailpipe emissions of passenger vehicles. And if we want to address carbon emissions, we're going to have to empower that agency, which includes the expertise, to figure out what the most effective plan is. And for the executive branch who appoints the commissioner of the PCA, we have elections where we get to elect governors, and then those governors get to appoint commissioners. So I'd encourage members to keep in mind the other thing we try to do here in state government, which is keep the branches separate but equal. With that, Mr. President, I would ask members to vote yes on the A15 amendment. Thank you.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. So members, this is the Consumer Choice of Fuel Act. In particular, this is in regards to adopting rules that restrict the consumer choice in purchasing motorized equipment. What would that motorized equipment include? Tools, generators, lawnmowers, pressure washers, chainsaws, leaf blowers, weed trimmers, recreational vehicles, farm equipment, medium and heavy-duty trucks. So it's saying consumer choice of fuel. I support the consumer choice of fuel in regards to motorized equipment. And not only that, in the rules, it actually removes Minnesota and puts in place of that California. We are not California. We don't want to even be a cold California. We want Minnesota to be Minnesota. We'll make our rules. But in particular here, consumer choice of fuel. Members, I oppose the A15 amendment on behalf of all of those who have this kind of equipment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to request a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. So again, we've had a lively discussion on this topic for several years now, and we need to frame the debate accurately, because it was stated earlier that the agency did rulemaking for tailpipe emissions, and that's not an accurate statement. That's at least completely not the whole picture. What the rulemaking decided to do was go in and mandate what our car companies and our dealers need to have in stock on their facilities. And not just by adopting what a Minnesota rule would be doing, but went outside to adopt California rules into Minnesota. And every time the California rules get changed, which they are about to get changed, it appears right now, Minnesota has to redo their rulemaking to continue to adopt the California standards. I'm firmly opposed to letting California bureaucrats oversee what Minnesota legislators should be doing. So we've heard the arguments about it's not a role for an unelected agency, and it's not a close enough tie to say, well, we elect a governor and the governor appoints the agency and the agency sets the rules and therefore that's accountability. No, that's not accountability. It's electing people like you and me that come and sit on the Senate floor and sit in the chamber of the other body, and we vote on what the laws of the state of Minnesota should be. And if we vote in a way that our constituents and our districts don't agree with, they replace us and they send someone else here that will support their vote. That's what accountability is supposed to be. And the agency has clearly intended to go around the legislature for that, which is why we've continued to bring this legislation forward. I'd ask members for a no vote on the A15 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Matthews, it'd be easier to argue against you if you weren't such a nice guy. However, what we have here is an agency that said we're going to enact the Clean Cars rules. I hope my brothers and sisters across the aisle will acknowledge they got a fair amount of discussion in the process of making those rules last year. So this agency did make these rules. It is similar to mileage requirements that we put on manufacturers. It is similar to other emissions rules that we've made. And this rule got made fair and square. But to your other point, Senator Matthews, about the great state of California, if we don't like this rule a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, we can change it. If we don't like the impact on our share of reducing carbon emissions for climate change, we can change it. And I'll just push back ever so gently on the governor's election, because this was something that the governor said he was going to do when he campaigned to be elected, and then the people of Minnesota elected him. So I would say there is an element of accountability, and how it will be accountable going forward, I guess that'll be up to the voters this November. Members, I ask for a green vote. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Benson.
Mr. President, Senator French just said something really interesting, that if we don't like when California changes their rules, we can push back on them. I'm assuming by we, he means the legislature, which is where all the agencies get their rulemaking authority. So we are, as a legislative body, within our unique responsibility to say, agency, this is not your place to make these rules. We give them the power to make the rules. We decide when they don't get to do rulemaking anymore. And as Senator French so accurately said, if we don't like when California changes their rules, we can push back on it. Well, Senator Kiffmeyer and her bills decided to push back now. It is completely within our authority, and it is not encroaching on the rulemaking that we actually empowered the agency to do.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to remind people today's gas prices in California are $5.73 per gallon average. Minnesota's are $3.89 average. That's $1.84 more, or 47% more in California right now. Thank you.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A15 Amendment.
When your governor will tell California to adopt Minnesota standards out there. Come get in a lively floor debate to debrief and relieve the stress of the almost 3 hours. Education's last week. Is that next? Last. I asked Foss how late is the heading this is until 8. Going to be remote again when your bill starts. Man, I miss you. Just show up. He's going to talk to you, really? Not going to be germane. I'm just listening. I got to agree with my colleagues. Hopefully not. I have to be nice. I have to ask him what his bill's about. I didn't understand the thing he was talking about. So I asked him. It's probably good to do what he's saying. But I didn't know the thing he was.
There's a level at which some distributors are prohibited from Minnesota products and other products, and they want to just open it up so the big boys can have everything. And it would basically raise the cost to just
So we're against undoing exclusivity?
Yeah.
Because we want Minnesota product. Listen, oh man, that's an anti-free market thing.
There's never been free market at all.
So push them more to lock up. Don't disagree.
Since they outlawed stills, there's never been.
That's right. That's right.
No.
Not if they know what they're talking about. What he's talking about. They hear California for excellent. California.
Yeah. My phone went off earlier. It sounded like they were
weren't so
calling
far
at
last
the same time. Very odd. Too many emails.
Calling Senator Friends to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Kent votes aye.
Kent votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. Just a moment, please. Can you read Hoffman again, please?
Sure. Mr. President, I report Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye.
Senator Kent votes aye.
Kent votes aye. Senator Friends.
Again, Senator Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Senator Friends. Senator Friends, you might want to look at the board just to make sure that we've got everything accurate. We had a little hiccup along the way. I think we've got it right, but while I'm getting Senator Jasinski's votes, you might want to check to make sure everything's kosher. I call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Draheim votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Tomazzoni votes no.
Tomassoni votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes no.
Miller votes nay.
They won't kill turtles if they run over it. They won't kill them.
All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 35 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. Members, further discussion and amendments to State Gov Ops and Elections section. Obviously, we won't close the entire bill, but we can always add those later, but I'd like to move on to the Transportation section. Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have another amendment, and what it's based on is that Minnesotans expect the government services that are secure, easy to access, and promote secure and efficient delivery of services and use of taxpayer dollars. This bill fails to meet those expectations from Minnesotans. So, Mr. President, I offer the A8 Amendment.
Senator Carlson moves the A8 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Carlson moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 3, line 15. This is Amendment A-8.
Senator Carlson to the A8 Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the past 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, we've witnessed an increasing central role of technology in our daily lives and the need for rapid technology solutioning when emergencies occur. We have also witnessed the continued evolution of cyber threats originating from criminal networks, nation states, and geopolitical conflicts. The significant technology debt that the state carries in the form of aging technology Aging technology not only hampers efficient and effective engagement with Minnesotans and our external partners, but also puts at risk the delivery of critical government services. We should be specifically concerned with the omission in the bill of state matching dollars that are required to leverage approximately $18 million in federal funds for the state and to include the funds from the State and Local Cybersecurity Improvement Act. And there's other issues that are important in this request as well that came from the Commissioner of Minnesota IT Minute, and one of them is that there's an expectation that they are going to be the keepers of the data from these the the live streaming of election-related activities. There's no owner identified yet, and there isn't a process that they really can evaluate for that highly labor-intensive process of video review, redaction, and obfuscation. With the threat of cybersecurity attacks elevated as a result of these events and demand for services, I'm offering the A8 Amendment, which establishes a grant program administered by Mcknight to be able to place funds into the hands of the municipalities that need cybersecurity enhancements. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I urge a green vote. And I would like to have a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. In previous budgets, this state government bills have funded cybersecurity in a very positive way. What this does, though, is take money away from local elections administrators and take some money from that area. And I think it's very important that we preserve the funding we have in this bill for the election provisions. And I already have supported cybersecurity for Minnesota IT, and so I will oppose the A8 Amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A8 Amendment. Call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Draheim votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Miller votes no.
Miller votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes no.
Thomasoni votes nay. There's a rule. I call on Senator Friends to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Kent votes aye.
Kent votes aye. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Senator Friends.
And I report Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 36 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Members, we're going to move to the veterans portion of the bill. To present that, Senator Lang.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, members, I'd like to start off by giving a large thank you to the members of the Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, Senator Anderson, Senator Newton, the ranking minority member, Senator Howe, Senator Uyghur, Senator Duckworth, and Senator Herr. Thank you for the very valued and intense veterans session this year. I'd like to thank some of the committee staff, the committee administrator Dave Reisenen, Nick Majerus, the committee legislative assistant and my legislative assistant, Joan White, the Senate counsel, Andrew Erickson, the fiscal analyst, John Cotter, our researcher, and Chris Morgan, the Democrat researcher, as well as Kennedy Deutschman and Matt Reiner as our pages in the committee. Members, the veterans portion of the bill is actually quite short but very valuable. It includes 3 proposals this year, which is in excess of a $10.3 million Senate file that was brought to us by the department. Members, this is to upgrade, or realistically, as we all know, the price of construction has gone up so rapidly in the last couple of years. So the military members, being what military members are, they were rather intuitive, and we're going to make those dollars work. They actually coined a term called valued engineering. And in my view, valued engineering means we're starting to cut some corners. We're starting to take some things off of those veterans' homes that we had all voted for. So this is to update some of those construction costs and fill in the gaps where we were seeing lacking. The second portion of the bill is Senate File 4081, which is the FF&E. And as many of you know, military members like using acronyms. FF&E means fixtures, furniture, and equipment. FF&E means beds, couches, chairs, carpeting, things like that on the interior of these buildings. So that's where that money is going. And finally in the bill, we do have a $2 million, both in this year and next year, the biennium, re-enlistment bonuses section where the Minnesota Guard has, over the last couple of years, had quite a challenge trying to keep our members in the Guard. So this is meant to be aimed towards those folks that are looking at re-enlisting and offer them a little bit of a bonus to stay within the service. So with that, Mr. President, I would stand for questions, and I appreciate the time.
Comments, amendments to the veterans section of the bill. Senator Newton.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very good bill. It's thin. It gets right to the needs of the veterans and our National Guard, and I would appreciate a yes vote on this portion of the bill. Thank you.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to offer the A40 Amendment.
Senator Howe moves the A40 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment. Senator Howe, we don't appear to have an A40 at the desk. I believe we're calling to engrossing to see if that might be available.
Mr. President?
Senator Lang.
If I could, I'll save you a little bit of time if I'd like to offer the A1 in turn for the time being.
Senator Howe, we'll need to remove that motion first before we can pursue that. Senator Howe, will you remove your motion for the A40? Oh, wait, we didn't report the A40. Okay, so, right. Needs to be brought into engrossing, so we do not have that to be read yet, so we will come back to you. Senator Lang moves the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Lang moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 4, line 5. This is Amendment A-1.
To the A1 amendment, Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A1 amendment, members, is largely technical, but what it does is allows the funds that we have spent in the past biennium to be used until the project's completion, and that is again for the veterans' homes, largely technical in nature.
Discussion to the A1 amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the A1 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Further discussion on amendments to the veterans portion of the bill? We will come back to Senator Howe. He is having something sent through engrossing. Seeing no further discussion, we will move to the transportation portion of the bill. Senator Newman.
Mr. President, the transportation omnibus bill is contained wholly within Senate File 3975. And in point of fact, there are 11 articles in that, in Senate File 3975, of which 8 encompass the transportation bill. I intend to go through briefly each of the articles within the bill that pertain to transportation, but before I do, I want to recognize the staff and the members of the Transportation Committee that have worked on this bill. And I will tell you that since the beginning of session and through third deadline, Transportation Committee has had 18 hearings, and we have heard approximately 200 bills. So these folks have worked really very hard on this bill, and I simply want to recognize them. We've got nonpartisan staff. Would be Krista Boyd, our fiscal analyst, and Lexi Stengel, our Senate counsel, who I assume will be on the floor here very shortly. We also have the committee legislative assistant, Matt Woolrich, I want to recognize. We have the GOP staff researcher, Dave Fraser, and the DFL researcher, Ryan Majerus, that I want to recognize. And we also, within our Transportation Committee, had an intern, Spencer Julian, that I want to thank for spending time with us during this session. I also want to specifically mention the members of the Transportation Committee, and oftentimes we as sitting senators, we don't really know who is sitting on these committees individually. So I just want to mention that the members that we have is, first of all, our minority lead, Senator Dibble. We have the Vice Chair, Senator Jasinski. And then the other senators that are on our committee would be, first of all, Senator Carlson. We have Senator Coleman. We have Senator Howe. We have Senator Johnson Stewart. We have Senator Kent, who had been on the Transportation Committee in previous years and came back to us this year. I was very happy to see her come back. My seatmate, Senator Kiffmeyer. Senator McEwen is on our committee, as is Senator Osmick and the new guy on the block, Senator Pratt. And I simply want to sincerely thank all of these people for all of the time and effort that they have put into the Senate transportation bill this year. Now, to the bill itself. First of all, Article 2 begins on page 5, and that deals with transportation and public safety appropriations. Specifically, those appropriations deal with roads, bridges, multimodal systems, the Met Council, State Patrol, driver and vehicle services, traffic safety, and a number of projects that have come to us from our constituents and involves bills that various senators have dropped
during the course of the year. Article 3 begins on page 27, and that involves the federal funding for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. This is that huge bill that so many people have been talking about for the last couple of years, and in total it's over $1.2 trillion nationwide. In Minnesota, in the transportation arena of that bill, we're going to receive about $6 billion. Now, all of that is not new money. Part of that money would have come to us through the federal transportation funds in any event, but nevertheless, that is a really significant amount of money that's coming our way in terms of transportation. And of that $6 billion, approximately $4.3 billion is going to be targeted for roads and bridges. And those are called formula grants. The state match for these formula grants for roads and bridges is going to be about $200 million in the first biennium and $293 million, I should say, in the next biennium. The balance of the funds that are going to come to the state of Minnesota in the transportation arena involve what are called discretionary grants, and the matching funds for those discretionary grants is about $80 million in the first biennium, $80 in the second biennium. And in those, or within those discretionary grants, there will be programs like transit and aeronautics. However, I do want to point out to you that some of the discretionary grant programs are a little bit more difficult to address because the federal guidelines and the standards that involve those discretionary programs have in fact not yet been written. And I am taking the view that appropriating matching funds for programs that have not yet been written and don't yet exist from the standpoint of legislative oversight is problematic and not really all that good of an idea. But I will indicate to you members that we do have time to address these matching funds for some of these discretionary programs. And I do believe that we should take our time and make sure that the matching funds that we appropriate for these discretionary programs, in fact, is utilized appropriately. Article 4 begins on page 32. That deals with trunk highway bonds totaling about $300 million. And I will tell you that that sum of money, members, is well within our bonding capacity. Article 7 begins on page 94, and that deals with the Department of Public Safety and involves issues such as electric vehicle fees, specialty license plates, towed vehicles, and driver's licenses. Article 8 begins on page 118. And Article 8 is a series of bills that were prepared as a direct result of a report that we received titled Driver and Vehicle Services Report of Independent Expert Review. It's dated January 12th, 2022, and it's written by Mr. Rick King, Ms. Amy Albus, Jenny Hine, and Teresa Weiss. The genesis of that report and the genesis of the bills that are represented in Article 8 is as follows. A few years ago, we had a significant problem in Minnesota regarding our drivers and licensing bureau, and it involved a computer system called MNLARS. MNLARS was being pushed very hard by state agencies, and we had spent about $100 million on a program that has been best described as a clunker. It was never, ever going to be very good. We ultimately scrapped that $100 million. We just literally didn't use it. Incorporated, we created a new system called MnDrive, and we spent, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I'm going to say in the neighborhood of $80 million on that. After that new program was initiated, we had spent that 180 or thereabouts $1 million on this new program. Driver and Vehicle Services began telling us they needed more appropriations and more FTEs in order to run the program, while at the same time, the deputy registrars were telling us that they needed fee increases because the workload had significantly increased under the MnDrive system. So you see the conundrum that we are in. Is we spend all of this money and all of a sudden both sides of the users, they want more money in addition. So Mr. King stepped forward and he agreed to do an independent expert review on this entire problem. And it really was a difficult problem because we didn't really know if we should be doing fee increases or increases in appropriation to driver and vehicle services. And I will tell you that, at least in my opinion, the people of the state of Minnesota owe a debt of gratitude to the 4 individuals who wrote this report. They did it all gratis, and they lended their expertise, and they really got into and resolved the problem, and they came back to us with in excess of 30 recommendations for us to help address some of the problems that we were facing. And so what you will see in the Article 8 is a number of bills that were spun off of the recommendations contained in the King report. Now, we took most of, but we didn't take all of them. Some of them didn't fit. But that, members, is the genesis of all of the bills and sections that you see in Article 8. Article 9 begins on page 139, and that, members, is an article that deals with salvage titles. I will tell you that I think this is an important consumer protection bill that Senator Jasinski has been shepherding through the legislature for the last few years, and I am very happy that he is finally able to get that across the finish line, and if you've got questions on that particular article, I would urge you to ask him. Article 10 begins on page 148, and that is the MnDOT portion of the bill, and here you will find issues involving things like Corridors of Commerce program, pavement selection process, auto parts sales tax bill, which incidentally is identical to the bill that you heard on the floor, which was Senator Howe's bill last week. The final article in the Senate bill before you is Article 11. That begins on page 169. And the primary provisions of this that directly affect the Met Council would be issues concerning transparency and transit funding, and specifically that is to guideways and light rail. There are restrictions on guideways. There is a requirement in there for cost-benefit analysis for guideways, and a requirement that Met Council ask permission of the federal government to terminate the North Star commuter rail. Specifically as to North Star, we discussed this issue with the Met Council last year. And last year, during the COVID pandemic, I think ridership had fallen off of North Star like by, say, 98%. It had just dropped off a cliff. And at that time, we asked Met Council to inquire of the federal government whether or not we would be able to terminate that service. And the reason we have to request permission is if we just terminate it, one of the problems that we will be faced with was having to pay back a significant amount of money to the federal government. But we weren't asking them to terminate it. We were just saying ask permission, at least open the discussions with them. We did that last year, and they said they would. And they did not. They did have some preliminary oral discussions on a couple of occasions between staff, but there was nothing ever formally done to follow up on that issue. So this year we stuck it in the bill. And I do believe it would be in the best interest of the people of the state of Minnesota to at least inquire
as to whether or not that commuter rail service should be shut down. Because of all of the transit systems that we have, that's the one that costs us the most in per rider subsidies. Mr. President, that concludes my remarks regarding the transportation bill, but I would at this point like to offer the A17 amendment if I could.
Senator Newman moves the A17 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Newman moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 30, delete lines 21 to 23 and insert. This is Amendment A17.
To the A17 amendment, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, there is currently contained within the Transportation Omnibus Bill a provision which would allow, I believe it's 25% of the EV charging stations that would be allowed to be constructed in rest areas. Originally, we put that portion in the bill, and it had to do with conversations with MnDOT. And at this point, I would like to reverse my position on that and take the provision regarding rest stops out of the bill and also include a provision that the EV charging stations cannot be built in or in public spaces or public land. And there's two specific reasons why I want to do this, neither of which have anything to do whatsoever with whether I favor or do not favor electric charging stations for EV vehicles. In point of fact, I do. I think that it's going to be in the future a very important thing for us to address. But the two specific reasons why I want to pull that portion out of the bill at the current time is, number one, last week we had a meeting in the Finance Committee, and we had testimony from both MMB and MnDOT. And what I heard and what I received from their presentation is that the IIJA has a number of unknowns at this point with respect to those discretionary funding programs that I was talking about. And specifically, MMB told us that there were about half of the funding opportunities that are available to the states are still unknown, and the cases involving these programs are currently being developed. And the guidance from the federal government is being published and provided to us on what they are calling a rolling basis. So, in a nutshell, as we stand here today, with respect specifically to EV charging stations, we don't know what the programs are, and the federal government will be providing us with that necessary information at some point in the future. The second reason that I had was I was made aware of some documents from the federal government providing advice to, and I don't know where I put it, providing advice to state agencies like MnDOT as to how they can get around the federal law which currently prohibits electric vehicle charging stations or commercial entities to be placed in rest areas. And I find that somewhat problematic, where the federal government is providing advice to the state of Minnesota how they can circumvent a federal law. So rather than leaving it in the bill with that
kind of advice coming to the state of Minnesota. I would like to pull it back at this point so that we can continue the discussion. Please keep in mind that the EV charging stations issue is not something that we are abandoning. It is important. There is at least $68 million in federal funding for EV charging stations. There is a matching fund of, I think it's a little over $3 million a year that will be required from the state of Minnesota. And I think that we are going to have to address that. But I do not believe it's in our best interest to appropriate matching funds for programs that do not yet exist. And it is for those reasons that I have just outlined, Mr. President, that I offer the A17 Amendment.
To the A17 Amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to request a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
So if Senator Newman would yield.
He will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Senator Newman, as I read this amendment, the two sections you delete, one of them does allow but limits the installation of electric vehicle charging infrastructure in rest stops. I think that is page 148, excuse me, yes, page 148, section 1. And I actually think the other section is similar. So Senator Newman, not only would electric vehicle charging infrastructure that might be built with federal IIJA grant dollars at rest areas, but for example, if an IIJA grant is given to the state of Minnesota and a local city hall or some other publicly owned place where people park their cars would like to use some of those grant dollars for that purpose, that would be disallowed under this amendment. Is that correct?
Senator Newman.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble, that is correct.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't belabor. We've got a ways to go, and we've been here a long time. Members, I would encourage a red vote. Members, other states are busy getting ready for electrification of the transportation sector. I was just listening to the radio over the weekend, or I don't know if it's over the weekend, but it was recently. Everything kind of runs together at this age. And there was a lot of discussion about, and people were calling into the radio program saying how much they would really like, and not just folks from my district, those of you who think that might be so, these were people from all over Minnesota, how much they would like to have an electric vehicle for all kinds of different reasons, but are reluctant and hesitant to do so because, the proverbial range anxiety. That doesn't mean we're afraid of Tom Bach and David Tomasoni. That means that they don't think they can get far enough, in between charges. And the thing that will help them is to know that there are places all over the state where they can go and charge an electric vehicle. And Senator Newman, I'll just be frank, there are all kinds of federal programs that are passed, and then we await for the guidance to proactively put a prohibition that would then have to be unwound in state law would create such a barrier in being able to accept those grant dollars as to send such a strong signal to the market and those private interests who might be ready to deploy the technology and put in those charging stations as to just simply pass over Minnesota and go elsewhere where state legislatures and local units of government, communities are getting ready and being responsive to what people want. Thank you, Mr. President.
To that point, Senator Newman.
To that point, Mr. President, just to give members an idea, Mr. President, of the concerns that I have, is things like,
what kind of charging stations are going to build, level 1, 2, or 3? What kind of utilities are going to have to be put in order to accommodate those charging stations? Who's going to own who's going to own the utilities? How much are they going to cost? Who is going to put them in? Are they going to be on public land or private land? The charging stations issue is an important issue. And again, I want to reiterate, I am not opposed to them. I just want to try and get it right. And members, we do have time. In point of fact, I have a meeting set up with MMB and MnDOT this week. It is my intention to invite Senator Dibble to attend that meeting where we can discuss these unknowns regarding electric vehicle charging stations. I will also represent to you that what MMB has told us is that we have until August to come up with the plan necessary in order to get the federal funding necessary for the electric charging stations. And that's $68 million. I think that's really important, and I think we ought to take our time and work with the state agencies and get it right rather than doing it wrong and waste an opportunity that we're probably never going to have again. So we've got until August in order to get this right, and the legislature would then have an opportunity to pass the necessary law in 2023. So that's all I'm asking for, Mr. President, is to give the legislature some time to put this together, to have it done and done right. Electric vehicle charging stations is the future. They are coming, and I fully support them. I just have this fear of the unknown, that the federal government hasn't given us the structure or the standards or the guidance in order to put them together at this point. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bach.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Friends yield for a question?
He will yield. Senator Bach.
You know, Senator Friends, I'm going to be retiring, and I'm hoping to get better at golf. And so I was with my brother-in-law the other day, and we were looking at golf carts, and he had told me, Tommy, instead of getting a gas-powered one, you should think about getting an electric one. And so we went to a store that sells golf carts, and we were talking that through, and he said these new lithium-ion batteries are the best kind to get. They're more expensive, but they said that the warranty has been 5 years on them, and now they're getting they're coming to understand that they're lasting longer than that, so that he said that the warranty now is 8 years on it. And I said, well, how many years is the battery going to last? And he said, well, we think they're going to last 10 years. I said, so what's the battery going to cost when I go to replace it? He said, $3,200 for a golf cart battery. So, Senator Friends, I know you know a lot about this, so I'm very curious if a golf cart's going to cost $3,200 to replace a battery, and I support the idea of electrifying the transportation infrastructure, but how much, do you have any idea how much to replace the batteries and what the life of a battery in an electric vehicle is going to be?
Senator Friends.
First of all, thank you, Senator Bach. The more we're talking about this, I think the better we'll be. The answer to your question is it's going to cost more than $3,200. And I'll give you something else. We're going to have to come up with these raw materials. Senator Matthews and I have gone back and forth 1,000 times about small nuclear. I think if I say carbon emission reduction is #1, then I have to be open to small nuclear. And if electric vehicles, regardless of the cost of the replacement battery, is going to be our future, we're going to have to find those minerals, and we're going to have to be open-minded about where they are mined, at what cost, and at what pace. So, Senator Bach, it's going to cost more than $3,200, in particular in the light truck market, which, as we were talking about in the retiring room, has now got Ford F-150 Lightnings, I think, with 300,000 back orders. So it's going to cost more when we replace those batteries, and I appreciate your question.
Senator Bach.
Well, Mr. President and Senator Friends, you're going to be here after I'm gone, so just a little counsel to somebody who drives long distances. This idea that we should put vehicle charging stuff in rest stops, I don't think is that helpful to those of us that travel long distances, because I was watching something in the morning news last week, and there was a story done about somebody traveling across the country, and they said, we got about 200 miles to a charge, and it took 30 minutes to charge it. Now, if that's true, it seems to make sense, rather than making me park for 30 minutes at a rest stop, why don't we put them at restaurants, where if someone's going to stop to charge, they at least can have a hamburger or a couple scrambled eggs while their car is charging. I'm serious about that as we think about where we're going to put this stuff. If people are really going to park for 30 minutes to charge their vehicle, let's put them where they can kind of multitask a little bit while their vehicles charge.
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to remind everyone, I too sat in on the Finance Committee last week that Senator Newman talked about, and if you remember, there will be $200 billion in discretionary grants made available through IIJA. Roughly half of that will be available to the states. And those will be competitively awarded. And so for anybody who's written a grant before, that means that we have to show what the state of Minnesota has in the game. So the legislation, the language in this bill, to me, sends a message that Minnesota is not interested in building the infrastructure required around electric vehicles or moving to new technology. We have to remember that we're going to be competing for that $100 billion in a variety of grants. We're going to be competing against 50 other states, Puerto Rico, tribal organizations, and we need to position ourselves as a state that thinks ahead. I also want to remind us that the technology we have today around charging stations is not the technology we will have even in 5 years. If all of you in here remember, in the 90s when floppy disks came out, they were about 6 inches square, and I remember thinking, God, I'm going to have to get another briefcase just to carry these things around, right? Remember? Anybody? I know I can't look behind me, but you remember that. And then we were thrilled when we went to 3.5-inch discs. Remember when the first cell phones came out? Mine looked like a G.I. Joe cell phone that my little brothers played with the suitcase and the whole deal. Technology changes. My cell phone carries more data than any computer I owned before 2010. So let's open our minds. We need to position ourselves to accept these grants, to build a network for all of the owners of electric vehicles. And I just encourage you to think about Minnesota as a global competitor in that area so that we don't handcuff ourselves when competing for the billions of dollars that may be available in the next few years. Please do not vote green on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to the A17 amendment, Senator Newman, I hear you saying we're going to work on it, and I like the idea. I also thought I heard you say EV is the thing of the future, so I really appreciate that. But I have real hesitation for us not to be able to submit a plan sooner rather than later to the federal government. Just a couple points on that, Mr. President and members. The NEVI, N-E-V-I plan is what we're talking about here. And there are some states, including, wait for it, Arkansas, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Texas that are moving ahead without these restrictions. And my concern, Senator Newman, is that in the waiting and the debating that we do what some legislative bodies do sometimes, which is not agree, and that puts us at a competitive disadvantage. So I'm going to be voting no on the A17 amendment. I think a smarter plan is for us to defeat the A17 amendment. We can still talk about it, Senator Newman. Senator Dibble will still meet you there, and we can still make good policy. But if we do not submit this plan to the federal government, I'm just a little bit concerned that we may never reach agreement or fall behind. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I carried the bill that sought to try to find options to have electric vehicle charging stations put in rest stops. For this very reason, the fact that we're having this conversation on the Senate floor today. Contrary to popular belief, I did not carry it for a certain representative in my district who carries a Tesla, or drives a Tesla. It was because I see that electric vehicles are a thing of the future. We're moving in that direction. For us to be smart and planful as a state would be wise. That being said, I think Senator Newman has expressed interest to continue to work on this topic, have conversations, and make sure that we are being planful as the state of Minnesota and how we roll this out and we pair it with our infrastructure. So with that being said, I'm gonna vote no on the amendment with great confidence that Senator Newman will continue to be open to discussions as we look at EV infrastructure throughout the state. Thank you.
Senator Dibble. Senator Dibble passes. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A17 Amendment. Calling Senator Friends to report. Members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Friends.
Why, thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes nay. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Kent votes no.
Kent votes nay. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Lopez Franzen votes no.
Lopez Franzen votes nay. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Marty votes no.
Marty votes nay. Senator Friends.
And I report Senator Torres Ray votes no.
Torres Ray votes nay. Calling Senator Jasinski to report. Members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Draheim votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Miller votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes aye.
Thomasoni votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 31 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Howe. Correction. The motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A16 Amendment.
Senator Howe moves the A16 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 6, line 25. This is Amendment A16.
To the A16 Amendment, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, this amendment basically does three things. It adds a couple of projects and then does a technical amendment on another. So what it adds a hangar for the Civil Air Patrol at the Lake Elmo Airport. And it also adds a couple of acceleration lanes on Highway 23. And then it makes some technical changes to a project on the Trunk Highway 52 and the State Aid Highway 66. That's basically what it does, Mr. President.
To the A16 Amendment, Senator Senjum. No. Senator Newman.
Mr. President, at the beginning of the session, I think on two different occasions I had sent out emails to every member of the Senate indicating to them that if there was a project within their district that they felt was important to their district, I would appreciate it if they would drop a bill and send it to us.
And I sent those emails out because I sincerely believe that we not only have a right, but we have a responsibility in representing the people in our districts to have meaningful input on the projects that MnDOT selects. And the senators have responded, and I have included all of their bills and requests in the transportation bill. The A14 Amendment reflects 3 additionals. Well, I think the Duckworth portion is simply a correction. The Howe portion of the amendment is one, frankly, that I think we missed and should have included. And Senator Housley has also then requested an addition. So with that explanation, Mr. President, I would accept this as a friendly amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A16 amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you. I should have stood up. Thank you, Mr. President. I was trying quickly to engross the amendment. I see we're spending, we're kind of maneuvering to get $250,000 in general fund spending. Senator Howe, could you just help us understand what we're spending less on in order to free up $250,000 for the Civil Air Patrol at Lake Elmo Airport?
Senator Howe will yield. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And basically, we're reducing some money that we were going to spend on safe routes to schools and shifting it over to these 3 projects.
Senator Dibble.
Great. Thank you for that. And members, I'll just say, well, we'll visit on this subject a little bit more later. We talk about how these earmarks are simply our attempt to be responsive to ideas and priorities that come from our communities and our constituents. And that's well and fine. However, the bill that we're going to see more of or that we've already seen and that we're going to talk about a little bit more in a few minutes, that has 25 or so earmarks in it. We didn't even have hearings on those bills, and we certainly didn't have a formal hearing on any of the bills that included a committee vote on the individual projects before the bill itself was compiled and started moving through the process. And so, when the analysis was done kind of after the fact by the Department of Transportation, we learned a number of things about those projects, much of which brings to light the fact that we can earmark these projects, that's great, but they won't even be ready for construction because the preliminary work on many of them hasn't even been done. And so we lock up these dollars and actually slow down and in some cases move our construction program backwards by doing earmarks of this nature. If we had the kind of diligence and did the kind of analysis that should go into creating a list like this, then I'd be maybe a little more agreeable and amenable to these kinds of earmarks. The danger, Mr. President and members, is things come flying in without that kind of due diligence, and then it starts looking like we're responding more to political pressures than we are really to doing the analysis around what is advisable in terms of what's ready to proceed, what's shovel-ready, what's going to put people to work, what's going to make those kinds of economic connections and create that kind of economic vitality, which investments in our transportation system represent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the A16 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Howe.
Are we doing the other 2 amendments then?
Well, let's fire him through. Senator Howe.
Well, with that, Mr. President, I will offer the A39 amendment.
Senator Howe moves the A39 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 46 after line 22, insert. This is Amendment A39.
To the A39 Amendment, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, as we had last session, we had a bill up and it was an amendment last year that we passed. It wasn't successful in the conference committee, but what this does is that last session we passed a bill that had it has pay studies, compensation studies for state law enforcement officers. And it has them spread out until 2030 or 2032, I believe, in 10 years. And they do them periodically to try and see where our state troopers and our state BCA folks lie and our conservation officers lie in relationship and compensation to other law enforcement agencies throughout the state. Well, currently, after this last, they just finished negotiations, I believe, and I think it's their last negotiations are headed to the SER, I should say, the Subcommittee on Employee Relations. And I believe after this last contract negotiation, out of the 26 or so law enforcement agencies that they're going to be compared to, they're going to be second from the bottom. Our state law enforcement officers are going to be number 25 out of 26 law enforcement agencies in the state. So what this bill does is it prohibits MMB from using pattern bargaining and pattern settlement when negotiating with the state law enforcement officers, as long as there is a current pay study available to use. So that would then make it so there's pay studies going on until 2032, and then there's no more planned compensation studies, pay studies. So actually that would sunset then in 10 years. So hopefully by then we've got our state law enforcement agencies up to a level somewhere competitive with the rest of the state law enforcement agencies in the state. So members, that's what this does. It just prohibits MMB from using pattern settlement with negotiating our state law enforcement agencies.
Senator Newman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would accept the A39 amendment as a friendly amendment.
See no further discussion. All those in favor of the A39 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A40 amendment.
Senator Howe moves the A40 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Howe now moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 61 after line 26, insert. This is Amendment A40.
To the A40 amendment, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I received an email from a father. His son went through ROTC, and he was selected to be commissioned next week as an officer in the Minnesota National Guard. The problem is that he doesn't have a COVID-19 vaccination shot. So he was just informed last week that he will not be commissioned next week because he does not have a vaccination for COVID. So we're more worried about COVID than we are going across overseas and doing our good work as fighting men and women. So what this amendment does is it prohibits the Adjutant General from taking any adverse action against members of the Minnesota National Guard for not being immunized against COVID-19, including commissioning or advancement. There is a large number of officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers in the Minnesota National Guard today whose careers are on hold. all because they have a problem with getting the immunization. The majority of these soldiers have applied for religious exemptions or other types of exemptions. They have not heard in months the status of those exemptions. They're all put on hold, and it seems like they're trying to wait them out. This is not the way to treat these young men and women. Furthermore, this young soldier that went through ROTC, when asked about the ROT scholarship that he received, does he have to pay it back? They don't know. But my bet is they will. If he isn't able to take his commission, he'll have to pay that money back, bearing a huge financial liability to that soldier and their family. I think it's abhorrent how we're treating these young men and women. Keep in mind, there's less than 1% of our young men and women that actually can qualify to serve. And now if they have a problem with an exemption, or they have an issue with getting the vaccination, we've just reduced that 1% by a great number more. So I believe it's a huge problem. But as much as I'd like to take a vote on this amendment, I do know that the federal government drives the train on this. So I will be withdrawing this amendment.
Senator Howe withdraws the A40 amendment. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A7 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves the A7 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 122 after line 16, insert. This is Amendment A-7.
To the A7 amendment, Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you've all traveled our highways along the state or around the state of Minnesota, you've seen a lot of electronic message boards that sometimes are very informational and have information out there, and sometimes they just sit blank. So what this amendment does is says that the Commissioner must ensure each electronic system continuously displays a message designated by the Commissioner, and if there's a blank spot, they would put in slower traffic, move right. I know Senator Tomassoni is listening today, and I know he was instrumental in the original hard copy signs that are along the side of the road, so I hope you'll support me and Senator Tomassoni for seeing this amendment pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion to the A7 amendment. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the A7 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Further amendments and discussions. Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A44.
Senator Senjum moves the A44 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Senjum moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 28th as follows. Page 155 after line 14, insert. This is Amendment A44.
To the A44 amendment, Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment simply says, and with respect to a municipal state aid street, if that street is 2 or more lanes in each direction, and the city would choose to reduce it to 1 lane in each direction, and if it is a municipal state aid street, then it can no longer be. So a lot of cities are doing this in the name of traffic calming and so on and so forth. I would contend that it becomes then a local street as opposed to a street intended to move traffic. Thank you.
Senator Dibble to the A44 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call vote on this amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Senjum would yield.
He will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Senjum, can you just tell us a little bit more about why you think that we should take cities that are a part of the MSA system off the MSA system if a city undergoes a full traffic study and makes a determination that one lane in each direction will keep that particular street at the level of service that is required and necessary for that community, and it functions perfectly well. That's not an abstract question on my part. That, of course, has happened a few times in my city and in my district, and the city never takes this step unless they determine that the speed, the volume, the functionality of the street is adequate, is as good as it has been, and also provides for greater values that elected body has determined are important to be responsive to around safety and making sure that all kinds of users can benefit, and making sure that the uses surrounding that street, in fact, are revitalized and enhanced by that decision that city makes. Why are you superseding and imposing your opinion and judgment on that democratic and engineering process that goes on at the local level? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dibble, a municipal state aid street certainly supported by the state gas tax. Those streets, especially those that are two-lane in each way, are usually collector streets used to collect traffic and move traffic through the cities. If a city would choose then to, through engineering and through an analysis of then local needs, maybe those traffic needs have lessened, but if a city does that, I believe it becomes a local street. I believe it no longer becomes the street, 2 lanes in each way, that was built and paid for in part, at least by state gas tax dollars, to move traffic. Many of these are now used in terms of traffic calming initiatives, and as such, they do carry fewer cars. So in my contention, at least, I would suggest that if a city does this, that's fine. They can certainly do that, but I don't think it's in the spirit of the municipal state aid street program that was put together to move traffic largely on collector streets through cities.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Senjum, you're just flat wrong. I'm sorry to tell you that the studies that show and support doing these kinds of changes, even to municipal state aid streets, whether they be collectors or arterials, show that they function just as effectively and even better in many respects than before. So you're imposing a set of assumptions and an opinion on a process that's been well studied and is executed with excellence in a lot of places. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Senjum, I know you are passionate about transportation. I know you love to learn, so I invite you the next time I teach preliminary layout to join me in class. We just finished this class last week where a city like Big Fork, Minnesota, northern Minnesota, it was one of our case studies, and in fact the pavement in some of these city streets can be up to 100 feet wide. Now, I know based on my experience crossing 100 feet wide of a county road, that's very dangerous. So oftentimes, cities will bring the street down to 1 lane in both directions, not for any bad reason other than just to provide for pedestrian safety. As Senator Dibble said, this is extremely important. It's very well documented that this does in fact increase safety, but more importantly, it increases viability, shoppability, livability of rural downtowns. We have countless examples of this, and Senator Senjum, I'd be happy to share that information with you, but I will be voting no against this amendment.
Seeing no further, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, the A44 Amendment addresses a topic that we have discussed in the Transportation Committee on a number of occasions. The only difference is here we're discussing municipal street aid instead of county aid or trunk highway aid. And I recognize the legitimacy and the need for bike lanes. However, having said that, the bike lanes are taking over vehicle lanes that have been paid for with user fees coming out of HUTDF. And the folks, you can argue this as hard and as long as you want, but the folks who are riding bicycles did not pay for those vehicle lanes. The people who drive vehicles did. And if we could figure out a way to have the bicyclists pay for their fair share of those lanes, I would be absolutely in favor of it. But to date, every time we have brought this topic up, the bicycle community fights us on it. And I think Senator Senjum is right on with his request. I've been on the streets that he's talking about down in Rochester. And there are 4-lane streets that are now 2-lane streets with a big green path painted down those streets, paid for with HUTDF funds. I would urge members to support the A44 Amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A44 Amendment. I call on Senator Friends to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes nay. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Hoffman votes no.
Hoffman votes nay. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Kent votes no.
Kent votes nay. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes nay. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Marty votes no.
Marty votes nay. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes nay. Senator Friends.
I report Senator Port votes no.
Port votes nay. Senator Friends.
And I report Senator Torres Ray votes no.
Torres Ray votes nay. Call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Draheim votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Tomasoni votes aye.
Tomasoni votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Abler votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 30 nays, the motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A43 Amendment.
Senator Dibble moves the A43 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 106 after line 6, insert. This is Amendment A43.
To the A43 Amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, the A43 is language that is similar to my Senate File 4437, which is a bill I introduced late after deadlines. We did have, with the forbearance of the chair, a hearing on the matter as the omnibus bill was being put together during consideration and markup. This is a kind of a streamlined version of that proposal. What it does, Mr. President, members, very simply is define what we call micro-mobility devices. For lack of a better way to describe them, those would be like the electric scooters that we've heard so much discussion about, which plague my neighborhood where I live. So it makes a definition of what those are. We say what micro-mobilities might be as examples. The reason we don't simply talk about scooters is because this bill tries to anticipate future forms of small electrified forms of transportation, like scooters, et cetera. And then it provides cities the ability to create docking stations where they can be parked and recharged and the like. The reason the language is needed, Mr. President, members, is because how these devices, how these docking stations might be paid for would be through advertising and private forms of support, which, unless specifically allowed in the public right of way, would not be permitted. And so that's the crux of the proposal. There was concern as we discussed this matter with the chair about whether or not those docking stations or those parking areas would be out in the street or not. And so this language disallows those from being placed in any travel lanes or any places where cars would be parking out in the street side of the curb in the street right of way. That is my amendment, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
Discussion to the A43 Amendment. Senator Newman.
Mr. President, this is an amendment that I have discussed with Senator Dibble in the last couple of days. Just so you know, there was no committee hearing on this because it came to Senator Dibble from the city of Minneapolis quite late in the game. But I have gone through this with him, and I frankly think it's a good idea that we allow the city of Minneapolis to do this, to get those motorized scooters, up off the sidewalk and parked, so people aren't tripping over them, especially those folks within the disability community. And I will tell you that the original version of the A43 Amendment provided for vehicles other than the micromobility. I remember that, for instance, electric vehicles would have been allowed, and that is now out of the bill, or out of the amendment. As is, we now have got the restrictions so that they cannot use for this purpose any parking spaces or any vehicle lanes. Once we reach that accommodation, insofar as I am concerned, the A43 is acceptable, but of course, members, you have the right to vote your conscience on this. But as for myself, I do support it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion to the A43 Amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the A43 Amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I would offer the A100 Amendment.
Senator Newman offers the A100 Amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Newman moves to amend House File moves to amend the A16 Amendment, House File 4293, adopted by the Senate May 2nd as follows, page 2, line 4. This is Amendment A100.
To the amendment, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, the A100 amendment amends the A16 amendment that we just adopted. After we adopted it, staff pointed out to us that there had been an error in the drafting of the A16. In the A16 amendment on line 2.4, it was indicated that the $15 million was being appropriated from the general fund. On the or in the original bill, that was indicated as the trunk highway fund. So there's a Scrivener's error that we are correcting. There's nothing nefarious going on, and all we are doing with the A100 amendment is to correct that that error in the previously adopted A16 amendment.
Discussion to the A100 amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. Senator Osmic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two amendments. The first amendment I'd like to move is the A46 amendment.
Senator Osmic moves the A46 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Osmic moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 169 after line 18, insert. This is Amendment A46.
Senator Osmic.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, if we don't learn from our mistakes, we're never going to be a good legislator nor be a good state. If we have not learned from the mistake of North Star Rail, there's no way to measure North Star Rail without realizing it's a steaming disaster. COVID didn't help, but even before then, it was a bad idea. And we're saddled with it. We're trying to get out of it, but we are spending so much money to get people into a train that they don't want to use. And you can't tell me that people are using it because the ridership proves it. It's not used. So if we didn't learn from that, we're not listening. We're not thinking clearly as a legislature. The A46 amendment simply says we're not going to spend money on another bad idea, and that's the Northern Lights Express. In the mid-'80s, before the mid-'80s, we had rail service between Duluth and Minneapolis. And it was discontinued. Why? Because nobody used it. Nobody used it. The ridership didn't support it. So, in the shadow of the disaster of North Star, we're going to try and do this again. It's like hitting yourself in the head with a ball-peen hammer and saying, gee, let's do that again. The Northern Lights rail, passenger rail system is a bad idea that is a 19th century solution to transportation in Minnesota. It's like asking us to spend money on buggy whips. It's really a bad idea, and it is not transportation as I believe we should have in Minnesota. So this puts a prohibition on the Walz administration going down the tracks, pun intended, to creating the Northern Lights Rail. The state would need to put in $85 million to make this thing go forward. 85. How many streets could we pave? How many lane miles? Well, not many lane miles, but how much good could we do in our transportation system with an extra $85 million 1 year? Dare I say there'd be a lot of things we could get done around here. But it is to leverage federal money. Obviously, that's important. We can get some of our money back from the state. But we should not even bother pulling $85 million out of our pockets, because the ongoing, it's not quite the build-out cost, it's the ongoing cost, members, that is just obscene. When you look at how much we pay for operating costs of the North Star line, this is going to be even worse. Right now, because of ridership on North Star, we're paying over $100 one-way subsidy. Members, that is just not what Minnesota transportation is about. I mean, I'm not going to go through the possibilities of just buying everybody a car, because for the ridership, it'd probably be cheaper than putting in as much money as we're putting in here. So, members, I hope you vote yes on this. There are many different provisions that we can do to make transportation better in Minnesota. Northern Lights is not one of them. Please vote yes on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion to the A46 amendment. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And this is very interesting. I don't know if a roll call has been requested, but if one has not, I would request one.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much. This is really curious. So from where I'm sitting as the state senator representing Duluth, I can tell you that not only are my constituents in Duluth proper very excited to have passenger rail service, which we haven't had for decades, and honestly, this argument that we're hearing that no one was taking the passenger rail and this is an old thing and this is a horse and buggy kind of thing is really, really misplaced. I've lived in Duluth almost my entire life, and I don't remember a time when we had passenger rail service. I do think that it is likely that at the time when we saw the passenger rail service ending, that the trend was against passenger rail. We all know that that is the case, and we've gone a different direction, unfortunately, that has brought us to the place that we are in now environmentally and on the precipice in regard to the climate crisis. But getting back to the actual project itself, not only are my constituents really excited about this project and really excited to have passenger rail service, but regionally and all along the route, we are excited to have this passenger rail service available for a number of reasons. For the economic boost that it will bring. Imagine you could come up to beautiful Duluth, Minnesota on beautiful Lake Superior in the summer for the day, if you chose to. Hop on the train, go up for the day, go up for a weekend, rent a car, go up the shore. People could potentially also live up north and come down a couple of days to work in the cities if they chose to do that. After experiencing the pandemic, we know that there's a whole new world open to many people in terms of their ability to commute and work from home, or do some sort of hybrid there. This proposal is a bipartisan proposal. Just this past year, we had an editorial in the Duluth News Tribune that was authored by our mayor, Mayor Emily Larson, and also one of the most conservative members of the St. Louis County Board. They co-authored that. They're asking us to produce the funds that they need to get the federal matching funds to make this project a reality. You know, one of the biggest reasons that I've heard also that we would benefit all along the route and regionally up north by having the Northern Lights Express connect the Twin Cities and northeastern Minnesota is for our veterans. Veterans right now, if they want to come to the vet down in the cities, they need to get a ride, they got to drive, they got to figure out how they're going to make it down here to the VA. All that these vets would have to do was get to Duluth and get on the train, and they can go right to the VA. There's so many reasons to make this project a reality. It is no longer the 1970s, no longer the 1980s. This is 2022. This is a terrible, terrible amendment. Colleagues, I urge you to vote no. Please join me. Thank you.
Senator Karam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the amendment. The train of this proposed route goes through my district. I've heard only a handful of people express any interest. The very same people that have been part of the planning process and believe there's some great opportunity. It's 2022. We haven't had a rail project work in this state yet, even since the 80s, whether it be light rail, medium rail. I think Senator Osmick's a little wrong on his daily subsidy of the North Star rail today. In its best day, we could rent a Cadillac for the daily subsidy or for the monthly subsidy for each person who rides or is commuting to work. In the case today, we could do that for their daily subsidy of that rail project. Unfortunately, it's another failed project that everybody wants, or a few people want, and we engage in these activities that it's going to bring some great benefit. I think it was stated that when you arrive at one of the destinations in order to move around, you probably need to rent a car. It's much easier and more cost-effective that an individual who wants to go, and I love the city of Duluth, I love the North Shore, but it's one stop in the destination, typically further east into Wisconsin or further north along the North Shore, which you bring your gear and all your camping gear and all those great things that we do to explore the great outdoors in Minnesota. It's not a project that's going to bring great economic development, I don't believe, and it's not needed in our community, and it's not desired in our community, so I support the amendment. Thank you, Senator Osmick, for bringing it forward.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. It was stated that there's great enthusiasm all along the line for this project. That is not the experience I've had, and this project goes right through the heart of my district. Since this was first brought up, there has been a lot of discussion about this project going through my district. And the vast majority of people have been opposed. I was just asked to do an interview, and I had mentioned, and I've talked with the groups in support of this, and in the past I have been an incredibly hard no. And I told the groups, I'm softening my position. I'm still a no, but I'm listening. And in an interview, I put it out there, and I was asked, well, what would it take to change your mind? And I said, well, if I heard from a great number of people in my district and believed that opinion changed, I'd be open to reconsider. The overwhelming response that I got because of that interview asking people in my district to reach out was 5 emails. The people in my district aren't interested in this project anymore. To them, it's dead. And they love this amendment, Senator Osmick. Thank you. I will be voting green.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm from a district that has the North Star, and it has been empty, 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 and we are paying a high price for that, the taxpayers of Sherburne County. And so I can tell you, the salesmanship that they employed before and what this would all do and all the ridership, nowhere has that come to pass. What has come to pass? The cost, a heavy cost on our county. Our taxpayers are subsidizing that. But the worst thing is, if that same money had been able to be used for a bus rapid transit type of approach where you expanded a lane that could be used for a variety of purposes, wow, what a great help that would have been to our area, absolutely. But the use of these millions and millions, tens of millions and more of money for this has really been a waste, and I absolutely do support the amendment from Senator Osmick. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion to the A46 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A46 amendment. Reporting votes under Rule 40.7, Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Hoffman votes no.
Hoffman votes no. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes no. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Kent votes no.
Kent votes no. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes no. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Marty votes no.
Marty votes no. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Frentz.
And I report Senator Port votes no.
Port votes no. Reporting votes under Rule 40.7, Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes aye.
Draheim votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Miller votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Abler votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes aye.
Tomasoni votes aye. All members having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 31 nays, the motion does prevail and the amendment is adopted. Senator Osmick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, in 2017, I was actually presiding when an amendment came to the floor, and I think it was Senator Bach that might have been the author. I continuously blamed Senator Tomasoni for this one, but I think that is correct. Senator Bach did this, and I thought it was a great amendment. I've offered it a number of times. So, Mr. President, I'd like to move the A51 amendment.
Senator Osmick moves the A51 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Osmick moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 28th as follows. Page 169 after line 18, insert. This is Amendment A51.
To the amendment, Senator Osmick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is a great amendment. Senator Newman is leaving this august body. Back in 2017, it was such a great idea. It was actually added to the transportation bill. And somehow in conference committee, it just mysteriously evaporated. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but I think this is a great opportunity to honor one of our colleagues and name a section of road for him, and I would appreciate a green vote. Good bill, green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Newman.
I can't remember how many times I've seen this particular amendment, but given the fact that I'm not going to be here next year, I'd like to offer an oral amendment. Line 1.7, strike the word Scott J. Newman and insert Tom Bach, who also won't be here next year.
Mr. President,
Senator Osmick.
I withdraw the A51 amendment.
Senator Osmick withdraws the A51 amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in grave disappointment that that last amendment didn't. So, thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A50 amendment, A50.
Senator Dibble offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 177 after line 24, insert. This is Amendment A50.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this amendment was not introduced in the form of a bill. In fact, it was just written in the last few days, as I suspect a few of the amendments that we've seen on the floor recently have been as well. But, Mr. President, what this bill attempts to do is to respond to a number of the issues that have been brought to our attention, have been raised by the owners of the condominiums at the Cedar Isles condominium tower as a part of the condominium association. During the interim, we had a tour of the structure, and we had Senator Newman joined us, as well as some of his staff, Senator Hornstein, a number of other folks, and we actually saw the damage that has occurred on those structures, and had a thorough discussion about some of the implication, including the fact that a number of the residents have been trying to market their properties, and real estate agents won't even list them. In one instance, Mr. President, someone who happened to have been a very good friend of mine passed away, and her heirs are now attempting, of course, to settle the estate, and they're unable to do so because they can't get the unit onto the market. The damage is fairly breathtaking and kind of jarring when you see it. And they're paying, of course, quite a bit of property tax based on an assumption of the values of those properties, as if the building isn't damaged and some fairly serious construction is occurring. For a long time now, we've been asking for the ability for those who have been working at home to have some accommodation of their ability to actually work recognized, and that hasn't been a fruitful conversation. So just very, very quickly, we're asking for the city to reassess the properties. We're asking that there be an attestation on the part of the Met Council that should they resume construction, which they said they're going to do because they made a determination with their engineers that the damage is not resulting from the construction work, but rather from variation in temperature and wind. I just will say on the Senate floor here, for the record, I'm skeptical of that finding. But if they're so sure of that, they need to attest that upon the resumption of construction, there will be no further damage, and that the building continues to be safe to inhabit. That if it is determined that the damage is a consequence and a result of the construction, that those repairs be made, and just in case folks are concerned, I'll just point you to lines 2.17 to 2.19. These resources would come from the project budget, so not any state sources. The project, as a reminder, is being paid for by Hennepin County taxes, and as well as the federal grant that is matching those dollars. Thank you, Mr. President.
To the A50 Amendment, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, on the A50 Amendment, Senator Dibble is quite right, and I agree with him for bringing this amendment forward. As he indicated a couple of weeks ago, he invited me to accompany him on a tour of the condos in question, and I accepted. I took the transportation staff with, and we took a look at just exactly what the damage has been done to these people's homes. And I will tell you that in my discussions with Met Council, they've come up with all manner of excuses other than the fact that the work that they're doing in the Kenworth area with that tunnel is not causing the damage to those condos, and I don't believe them. I would ask members that you take into consideration that the value of these condos, which are these people's homes, has plummeted. And for most people, their home is the greatest share of their net worth. There was one lady who came out during our tour and says, "How would you like to come in and take a look at my worthless condo?"
These people have honestly been harmed by what the Met Council has done. They are paying real estate taxes commensurate with the value of their homes before the Met Council got involved and devalued their homes. They have paid out-of-pocket expenses for attorney's fees and engineering fees, and I don't know what other kind of out-of-pocket expenses they have, but they have a limited amount of money that they can use in order to fight the Met Council on this. This, to me, is just an example of the right thing to do. Now, I wish I could go back and have the tour before the first deadline so we could have a hearing on this and I could engage the entire Transportation Committee on this issue. But I will tell you that from my conversations with Senator Dibble and my conversations with his constituents in those condos, this is really a serious matter. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I do support the A50 Amendment.
Senator Osmick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this is another opportunity for Senator Osmick and Senator Dibble to agree on something dealing with light rail. We agreed already earlier this session. I think we are approaching the third or fourth time that we're agreeing, so the apocalypse must be tomorrow. But members, the Met Council is wholly irresponsible. Wholly irresponsible, and is responsible for this mess. I have been talking about this light rail extension my entire legislative career on how many things are bad and wrong about this project. We're not going to talk about everything, but we'll talk about this one because the Met Council, for lack of a better term, decided they had to jam a round peg into a square hole, and they were going to do it by any means possible. This one gets me mad because there were alternatives. They had other choices they could make. And now the residents who are not in my district, not in Senator Newman's district, they are not in anyone else's district but Senator Dibble's, are going to pay the price for their irresponsible behavior. Irresponsible. Folks, I've got bills to deal with the Met Council, so do a number of you. At the end of the day, we need to deal with the Met Council because they are no longer serving the metropolitan area, in my opinion. They are serving their own political whims and choices. I know this is difficult for them to hear, but they're not listening. And they're not listening to us. We have the jurisdictional authority over them. They forced this rail to be inches away from the foundation of that condominium. And to say that they are not responsible based upon how much new construction they have to do to excavate, to create the tunnel to force a square peg in a round hole, for them to say they are not responsible because of their activities is incredible. It stretches beyond the bounds of imagination. Met Council, you need to start thinking about what you're doing and where you're spending money. And in this particular case, Senator Dibble and I are fully on the same page. It is time to hold them responsible, and I love the section, line 2, section 17. The council must pay all costs. All costs. Now, does that mean that my district and the residents of the Metropolitan Council area are going to pay? Yeah, because they made the mistake, and we're going to pay the price. So at the end of the day, my constituents will pay the price for their mistake. As many of you who are metropolitan people that live in the Metropolitan Council area, you're going to pay the price for this. You're going to pay the price. And this project is going to hit $3 billion. Guaranteed. Why? Because of irresponsibility that we see here today. There's no other way around it. And I hope next year we can have a thorough discussion of how the Met Council is comprised and holding them accountable. Because, folks, they don't think they have anybody to answer to. And I hope those of you who are here next year will deal with that problem and deal with it well. Vote green on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the A50 Amendment, Senator Dibble's amendment, and I apologize I was not able to make that tour, but talked to many of our staff and heard the horrific stories of what it's done to residents. And as Senator Newman said, as a real estate person, that is the #1 way you increase your net worth is by real estate. Mostly a homestead will do that, so I stand in support of the A50 Amendment.
Further discussion to the A50 Amendment. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Is there a roll call requested on this bill yet, or this amendment?
There is not.
Mr. President, I'd request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I hope we think deep, long, and hard. I think this amendment's going to go on because it should. But we need to think deep, long, and hard. Senator Osmek just talked about it. We are the authorizing environment of Met Council, the state legislature. The state legislature has created an animal that seems to be out of control, and they ought to take responsibility for the damages they've caused. But we as a state legislature need to also take that responsibility seriously. And every time we try to reform this out-of-control metro unit of government, it seems to get stalled. Maybe this is a wake-up call. There's too many layers of government, obviously, in this situation. They don't care about the people they serve. They'll even devalue their house, as the stories seem to be. We just have discussions about the boondoggles of North Star and other train projects. If you recall, when this Southwest Light Rail, many of us in the legislature said, no, it's a boondoggle. The state is not going to pay for this. It even tanked a bonding bill at the last minute of the last day of a session, only to have some go around the legislature to fund this project. Met Council with its fingerprints all over that workaround at the expense of the local taxpayers and now the local condo owners. So members, let's pass this amendment. Let's send a message loud and clear to an out-of-control government that the people want to be listened to and they want to stop this boondoggle spending. And let's start by getting rid of the Met Council, reforming it. I know it's a metro-based council. Thanks for not putting one on the rest of us in rural Minnesota. A few years ago, I heard they were just one of 2 types of government in the nation. One in Oregon, one in Minnesota. It's a failed experiment. Let's pass this amendment. Let's right the wrong that's been done to these homeowners, devaluing their property. And then let's not make such foolish decisions to push projects like this that are boondoggles, the taxpayers can't afford, and they're not going to accomplish for the price that they're being pushed for the job that they're intended to do. So members, I support this amendment, but we need to think deep, long, and hard. Just like we're asking the Met Council to do, dig deep in their pockets, fix the wrong, But we as a legislature also need to fix this wrong and stop this unit of government that everybody seems to complain about. Even many metro legislators, you talk to them one-on-one. This is a non-responsive, non-elected body. It's not the way our forefathers intended to have government. Elections matter. But when you can't elect your members of a Met Council, you can't get them to listen. And that's at the root of this problem. So members, let's use this as a learning lesson, a teachable moment, and let's do the right thing. Adopt this amendment.
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rule 41.2, I move that I be excused from voting on all questions relating to this amendment only in order to avoid any conflict of interest. Thank you, Mr. President.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion prevails. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Osmick said the end times are foretold by our agreement yet again for the 5th or 6th time this year, and I'd double down and say there is probably a Venn diagram of agreement between myself and the speech that Senator Westrom just gave, and I don't know if that's ever happened either, so something's happening here. I wouldn't go so far as to call, we heard, about people's view of rail as a mode of transportation. I'm actually continue to be a supporter. It's a big reason why I offer this amendment, a big reason why I offered the bill to do the deep dive investigation and audit of Southwest LRT. Part of that audit, members, you might recall, is also going to include an analysis of what the heck is going on at this agency that allows something like this to happen. And that is absolutely, Senator Westrom is correct. We need to take this moment and really analyze this unit of government and whether or not it's getting for us what we need it to get for us in terms of the public good, the public's interests, the kind of transparency and responsiveness and accountability that we absolutely need from a unit of government that is so important, that delivers such vital and important services. There is an analysis that actually goes that this is an illegal, disallowed delegation of authority and power. The Met Council has so much power and so much authority, has the right to tax, and is responsible. It has powers, legal powers that supersede local units of government land use powers. This is probably not even a unit of government that we can delegate to an unelected body. So I do hope we have that opportunity to really talk about should the Met Council, in terms of its format and structure, be substantially revised. I think the answer to that question is yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the eighth. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I'll withdraw the request for a roll call.
Request for the roll call has been withdrawn. Any final discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the A50 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. You have another one? Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Mr. President, members, no discussion of any omnibus transportation bill would be complete without talking about I-35E through St. Paul, Minnesota, a highway that is listed at 45 miles an hour. Mr. President, members, I have the A5 Amendment.
The Secretary will report the A5 Amendment.
Senator Senjum moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 125 after line 9 insert. This is Amendment A-5.
To the annual A5 Amendment, Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you know, we can laugh about this, but I think it really is dead serious. I mean, this 45 miles an hour on a major, if you will, interstate highway through our city is, I think, by all reasonable thought, ridiculous. 55 miles an hour is the noted suggested rate of speed in this amendment. I think that's reasonable. I don't think that's too fast. I think in many cases, many of the drivers do drive that anyway, and in the process get speeding tickets. Mr. President, members, I ask for support on this amendment. I think it's a good one. It's got a lot of history, I know that. But I think it's important for this legislature to continue to send this message. Thank you.
Members, I have a list going. I will go to the author of the bill first and then go to Senator Pappas. Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I drive this stretch of highway almost every day, and I will tell you that the de facto speed limit is at least 55 miles an hour. I wholeheartedly support the A5 Amendment, if for no other reason to save some of my friends in Minnesota from a ticket, and I also support it in honor of Senator Cohn, retired.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to oppose the amendment, the A5 Amendment, again. I don't know, this is maybe the 20th time we've done this, Senator Senjum. I always tell my colleagues, it's like 2 or 3 miles. Can't you just relax and smell the roses? I mean, this, I know people usually drive 55 on that stretch of Parkway, and if you raise it to 55, they'll drive 65. And it really does have a negative impact on the surrounding communities and on the hospitals that are right off the freeway. But the more important reason to oppose this amendment is it was a court-ordered agreement back in the early 1980s, the 1970s. It was a long time ago. Probably the judges are still not alive, but the court-ordered agreement is still in effect. And if the legislature was to pass this, there are still plenty of lawyers in that neighborhood who would be in court right away to say the agreement does not have an end date. As long as we have that freeway there, 35E, and that section of Parkway, then it's a parkway, and the speed limit is 45 miles an hour. And believe me, I don't think anyone ever gets a ticket for going over 10 miles over. But if we raise it, then I think that we're going to ask the Highway Patrol to be a little stricter about who gets tickets. And if you go 56 miles an hour, you just might get that ticket. So my friends, my colleagues, as I said, it's probably a 2 or 3 mile stretch. It's not very long. It doesn't really hurt you to drive a little bit slower, just so my neighborhood has a little peace of mind, and smell the roses. Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Senjum. I missed this last year somehow when we went through this annual exercise. I was not here and on the floor, and so my first term would be incomplete without this action today, Senator Senjum. And so thank you for putting us through our paces. For those of you who take the boulevard, who take 35E through this stretch of St. Paul, you're going right through my neighborhood. When my window is open at night, I can hear you. You might want to honk your horn. I'll think about you then. But other than that, Senator Pappas makes a very strong and important argument about the action that would happen after taking a vote to pass this amendment, and that's why we shouldn't do it. And I appreciate being a part of this debate, a part of the tradition of the Senate, and I'd ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Senator Ingebretson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I rise. Well, I'll tell you how I rise. Actually, you know what? The speed limit is the speed limit, and those of you that know me know that I abide by the speed limit all the time. furthermore, what does he know anything about it anyhow? But I think it's just because I had this good conversation with Senator friends in the back room about getting along. And members, you're not going to argue with the fact that Senator Cohen for years made a great argument here. In fact, I think the paper he took out of his drawer was even yellowish already from some court document that was it was ruled upon in some federal court document. And so with that, along with knowing that speed does kill, I'll ask you to vote against the amendment as well.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the annual A5 amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Division has been called on the annual A5 amendment. All those in favor of the A5 amendment signify by saying aye. Or, I'm sorry, stand. Please stand. Thank you, members. All those against the annual A5 amendment, please stand. Thank you, members. You will be seated. The amendment does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Senator Senjum. Senator, use your microphone, Senator Senjum.
Mr. President, just a point of privilege. I do have this amendment here in case anybody wants to put it in their file for next year.
Thank you, Senator Senjum. You could put down that you could name it for Senator Cohen. That might help. Further amendments and discussion. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to switch gears here and offer the A47 amendment.
Senator McEwen moves the A47 amendment. Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 18, line 17. This is Amendment A47.
To the A47 amendment, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this amendment would simply direct the Commissioner of Public Safety to collect race and ethnicity data on applications when people are applying for their driver's license. This is, for a number of reasons, really very important that we have data like this so that we know where things stand in terms of our transportation system and what things look like for different communities in our state. This amendment would also institute an Indian employment preference. So it would allow the commissioner to implement an Indian employment preference for members of federally recognized tribes on projects that are carried out, and would be able to work with the federally recognized Minnesota tribes to determine the rules about when a project that is being undertaken is close enough to one of the reservations that preference should come into play. And so these are some very important pieces that would be very easy to include, that would create more equity within our systems, give us more information about how different communities in our state are participating or not, and would also give that preference as it should be given to members of the nations within Minnesota, the indigenous nations within Minnesota, to have a preference in hiring, as they should. So with that, Mr. President, having offered this amendment. I will withdraw it at this time. Thank you.
Senator McEwen withdraws the A47 amendment. Further discussion on amendment. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A30 amendment.
Senator McEwen moves the A30 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 19, delete lines 26 to 31. Page 19, this is Amendment A30.
To the A30 amendment, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this amendment would do a couple of things. One, it changes some of the language for the online driver education program. And really what that does is it goes to making sure that our driver's license, the way that our driver's license courses are conducted and the way that people go through them, that if they elect to do that online, that the course will have the functional equivalency of having done it in person. So there's some excellent safeguards in there, some language that provides so that online experience will approximate an in-person experience as closely as possible. Myself, having a 16-year-old in the process of getting his license, I'm keenly aware of just how important it is to have that online experience be a quality experience, that it ensures safety for the people of our state. The other piece that the A30 amendment addresses is that it deletes the section of the bill that relates to third-party testing for CDLs, for commercial driver's licenses. And I believe we have something being passed out right now to discuss this. You know, this allowing third-party testing for commercial driver's licenses, thank you, is very problematic for a number of reasons. We heard in committee the reasons why they wanted this to be included. They think that it will go to the issue of what is claimed as a shortage, a worker shortage for over-the-road truck drivers. However, a look at what is really happening with the situation in this sector is that what we're dealing with is that these are just oftentimes really bad jobs. This is part of a larger trend also of privatizing what should be our public goods, what should be the place where we as a society come together and decide how and when someone should be licensed to do a very important and dangerous job of over-the-road trucking. So I propose that this money would have been better spent, the money that we would have used to do the third-party licensing should really be going to DVS, to provide DVS with the resources that they need to conduct that testing effectively and to keep the people of Minnesota safe. There is a real value in having a neutral agency that conducts this type of testing for this sector of our economy. Again, it goes to safety on our roads. It keeps Minnesotans safe. When we allow the profit motive to enter in with this third-party private testing, it creates a problem because what that private testing service is doing is they're selling a product. They're trying to make money. That's fine for someone to want to make money, but it creates a conflict of interest. And when we have a shortage of workers, there's a tremendous pressure to produce licensed drivers. Again, that creates a conflict of interest, and I believe that it is very problematic. We know from the numbers in the industry that these over-the-road truck drivers have a very high turnover rate. And we have seen over recent decades that this industry has largely been deregulated over time with lower wages. Less of the jobs are unionized than they used to be. This is an industry really that chews people up and spits them out. And if we adopt a third-party licensure, what this does is incentivize that business model to dig in, and it formalizes it. It keeps on with business as usual. So the long hours that these workers are putting in, the intense workloads, the time that they have away from their family and friends make this a very, very difficult occupation with high turnover. And that really is the reason for the shortage. So let's not incentivize that kind of practice. Let's keep this done in a public good way where our agencies that we have charged with doing this testing continue to do it. This really is the best way. So that is the A41 Amendment. Mr. President, I would ask for a roll call if I have not done that already, and I will stand for questions. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Discussion to the A30 Amendment. Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I would stand in opposition to the A30 Amendment. First of all, insofar as the online testing is concerned, this will restrict the flexibility of the language that's in the current bill. Right now, a student has the ability to go online and study at their own pace, and this bill will eliminate that flexibility. But I would remind our colleagues, Mr. President, that in the end, these students still have to pass the test. So in that respect, I do not support that portion of the A30. The other portion deals with the elimination of third-party testing for commercial licenses. That is a bill and an idea that we have debated over and over and over again within the Transportation Committee. I know that MnDOT isn't all that crazy about it, but nevertheless, I keep coming to the same conclusion that if all of the testing requirements are the same for the third-party tester as they are for the state employees, I see no difference. And there is testimony that the availability of commercial applicants to have their test completed is not nearly as great as being represented. So for those two reasons, Mr. President, I do oppose the A30 Amendment.
Further discussion to the A30 Amendment. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to concur with Senator Newman in opposing the A30 Amendment, particularly those provisions on the commercial driver's license. Mr. President, this was a recommendation that came out of the King Report, and really is a good idea in that we have a backlog of truck drivers that we need to get on the road. It's helping to fuel the supply chain shortage, and it's really impacting Minnesota families with rising cost of inflation. But I think what's interesting is as the senator from Duluth intimated that this was a safety and a conflict of interest problem, and I would like to take both of those issues. First of all, many of our neighboring states already have this provision, and there is no proof that there is any safety correlation, that the accident rate is higher or fatalities are higher. That's why the Minnesota Department of Public Safety has not opposed this provision. In fact, they didn't testify against it in the numerous stops that it had along the committee process. And Mr. President, I'd also remind the body that we already have limited third-party testing here in the in the state. We allow some bus driving companies to do this. We allow trucking companies to do this. There are federal regulations that prohibit this, those from conducting the training being the same person as those that are doing the training, so that we don't have that conflict of interest. It's managed at the federal level, and this bill would fully conform with the federal regulations. So, Mr. President, to say that this is a conflict of interest is incorrect. We already do this. To say that this is a safety concern is incorrect, because we've seen not only here in the state of Minnesota, but in our neighboring states, that the roads are just as safe. And yet we can get truck drivers on the road, providing the goods and services we need. And quite honestly, Mr. President, as I see in the Jobs Committee, we have a number of these commercial driver's licenses training programs getting people out of poverty into good paying jobs. And to make them wait what's currently now about a 3-month wait between the time they get their, they graduate with their CDL till they take the test, is only hurting them and their families from their earning potential. So, Mr. President, I strongly oppose this amendment.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Mr. President, members, I would encourage you to at least peruse the written communication that came around to you from that has the AFSCME banner at the top of it before on its way to the recycling bin. Mr. President, members, just take a quick look at towards the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3, and you'll see the research coming from the trucking industry itself that shows that there are 3 times more folks out there who have commercial driver's license than there are even trucks who need licensed drivers. And you'll also see that Iowa, Wisconsin, South Dakota, North Dakota, Nebraska, all states right around ours have third-party CDL testing and are citing the shortage of truck drivers just like we are here. And if you look at, you just do a quick Google search, there are a number of articles that have appeared just in the last few months in Time Magazine, New York Times, and others, quite a few that say that this seems to becoming an industry practice where folks are, given a modicum of training, very minimal training, obtain their CDL through these industry channels, and are thrown out on the roads at very low rates of pay under very, very difficult conditions, and leave the trade because they're being paid so poor with conditions that are so poor. And then they are able to bring in a new crop of very low-paid workers. And it's just a churn that keeps happening. The real way to address the driver shortage is to address the pay and the working conditions, which we haven't really been able to for quite a while since deregulation, and so few of these workers are represented through collective bargaining. That's the issue that needs to be addressed to address the driver shortage. We can get some of these many millions of folks who already have their CDLs back to driving trucks. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A30 Amendment. I call on Senator French to report members voting under Rule 40.7, Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Kent votes aye.
Kent votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye. Calling Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Abler votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Draheim votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Miller votes no.
Miller votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomassoni votes no.
Tomassoni votes nay. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A31 Amendment.
Senator Pappas moves the A31 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pappas moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 31 deletes Section 6. This is Amendment A31.
To the A31 amendment, Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This eliminates a provision in the bill that eliminates the funding for the Reconnect Rondo project. And there's a letter going around that explains a little bit more about what happened to Rondo. As a reminder, St. Paul's Rondo neighborhood was the backbone of the black community in the Twin Cities for much of the 20th century. This vibrant community consisted of thousands of working class families supported by social clubs, religious organizations, community centers, and a thriving business community. What this proposal that was in the bill last year did was to partially right a historic wrong. The taking of property, the taking of private property, and the displacement of over 700 families and businesses. This was even though a viable alternative existed. There was an area through the industrial north in the city of St. Paul that 94 could have been routed through. But no, they had to route it through the black community. Oh, what did they care? It was just slums, right? It was just black people. That was the attitude in the 50s and the 60s. So this neighborhood was destroyed, and then because of redlining, many of families could not find other places to buy or rent. They were paid pennies on the dollars for their property. But members, there's another wrong that we're about to do here, and that's the other issue, and that is going back on an agreement by your leaders, our leaders, and the leaders in the Senate, in the House, and the governor. Are there other projects in this bill that also undo that agreement? Senator Newman, would you yield, please, for a question?
He will yield. Senator Pappas.
Senator Newman, since you're proposing to repeal this provision, and I've heard you say it's because you weren't party to the agreement, but are you also proposing to cancel the other projects that your leadership, the House, and the governor negotiated?
Senator Newman.
Mr. President, Senator Pappas, no, there is no such provision in the bill.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would say that this sets a terrible precedent. How can we trust each other if someone, just because they weren't a party to the agreement, But it was an agreement made by our elected leaders, a deal that was made in order to end the session. If that can be undone by one member, a powerful committee chair in the next session, members, I urge your support for my amendment.
Further discussion to the A31 Amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, parliamentary inquiry. Has a roll call been requested?
Roll call has not been requested.
I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I won't repeat everything that Senator Pappas said. She really did articulate very well the reasons to support the amendment. Mr. President, members, I do think that, as Senator Champion expressed well in Finance Committee when this subject came up, it's unfortunate that we have this piece in the bill, and it feels like there's some responsiveness to those who we perceive to have power, and there's a lack of responsiveness to those who we perceive who don't. Very powerful interests got some accommodation and concession in negotiation and trade last year by our leadership, and that agreement was achieved. This project was included, that project was included, and now this project is being proposed for elimination. That project continues. So, Mr. President, just in the sense of fairness, equity, justice, and also to uphold the traditions of this body in which we honor, even when we're not necessarily in that room, when our leaders are cutting those deals, we honor those deals when they come out and are presented to the full chamber because we understand the give and take of the process, and we all took that vote, and not anticipating that those agreements would then immediately be unwound for some and not for others. Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary will take the roll on the A31 Amendment.
Good job, Scott. Question. I dropped council elected. What do you think? No? I mean, it's not where I know Frank speaks to it. Right. I don't know. It's hard. Yeah, you probably go for it. But I don't want you to get upset about it. Yeah. Well, I definitely would be upset. Okay.
Just want to let it see how folks respond.
Yeah.
It's like there's a negative response, withdrawal.
Yeah, I know. I spent a lot of time. They're not going to do it 12 until tomorrow.
Oh.
Call on Senator Friends to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Kent votes aye.
Kent votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Friends.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye. Call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes no.
Abler votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Draheim votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Miller votes no.
Miller votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes no.
Thomasoni votes no. All members having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Ann Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A32 amendment, please.
Senator Johnson Stewart moves the A32 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Johnson Stewart moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 160. This is Amendment A32.
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment eliminates the excess fuel consumption provisions from the calculation for pavement life cycle cost analysis. I know that my colleagues like to kind of make fun of me for caring so much about pavement, but this is an issue that actually should be nonpartisan. The pavement excess fuel consumption factor is not actually anything I could find any scientific or actual research on. The most recent study I found was published in the year 2000. So I reached out to some of my colleagues who are leaders in the pavement industry, both from the University of Minnesota, but also across the nation, and they know of no definitive research on this. So my thought in offering this amendment is it doesn't really mean anything. It's inconclusive. It's backed by not really any scientific or peer-researched papers. There was one study that was actually conducted here in Minnesota at the Minnesota Road Research Facility by Professor Lev Kavanovich, and he actually found that depending on the input variables, asphalt and concrete oftentimes had very similar pavement excess fuel consumption values, but the study was inconclusive. So because we don't really have any data to justify this, I simply ask that it be removed from the calculation, and I ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion to the A32 amendment. Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I do stand in opposition to the A32 amendment. This pavement selection process is something that we have been working on for a long time, and the excess fuel consumption portion of it is simply part of the process. I don't know whether or not there are studies one way or the other as to whether or not one form of like concrete or asphalt are better than one or the other, but I think it's part of the process that we ought to take a look at. I would not want to eliminate it simply because one of the interested parties involved in this process doesn't like it. So for those reasons, I would oppose the A32 amendment.
Discussion to the A32 amendment. Senator Johnson Stewart.
First off, Mr. President, I'd like a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Johnson Stewart.
In response, Senator Newman, respectfully, I did reach out to my friends who are well-respected and international experts in concrete pavement research as well as bituminous pavement research. Not even neither, because I asked more than 2 of my colleagues. I can't find any data on this, so it seems to be, it seems like I don't understand the reasoning for even including it in the calculation. I'm all great with the life cycle cost analysis. Please don't misunderstand. The only aversion I have is to this factor, which I can't find any scientific data to support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A32 amendment. Calling Senator Frentz to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
I report Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kent votes aye.
Kent votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye. Calling Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes no.
Abler votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Draheim votes no.
Draheim votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Miller votes no.
Miller votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomasoni votes no.
Tomasoni votes nay. How does Senator Jasinski vote? All members having voted with the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 36 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion. Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A27 amendment, please.
Senator Johnson Stewart moves the A27 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Johnson Stewart moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 29, line 7. This is Amendment A27.
To the A27 amendment, Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A27 amendment removes the guideway restrictions from the transportation components of this bill. I rise to ask my colleagues to please support it. This would, if we do not pass this amendment, Minnesota will fall quickly behind in economic development, transit development, regional transit development, in not being able to study or fund any future guideways. I stand as a strong supporter of guideway work, which, by the way, a guideway includes any transit that operates on a separate right-of-way or on rail. So this includes passenger rail, commuter rail, light rail, streetcars, but also bus rapid transit and limited stop service, as well as express bus service. The construction of these guideways, without question, there's no argument that it brings millions of dollars to our state economy, but more importantly, it brings thousands of jobs. Right now on Southwest LRT, regardless of how you feel about it, we have almost 8,000 people working on that project. Those are good union construction jobs. They are family supporting jobs. And if we do not remove the guideway restrictions from the transportation omnibus bill, I fear that we will lose an opportunity for not millions, but billions of dollars in Federal Infrastructure and Jobs Act money. So I would ask for a green vote on this amendment, not only to continue all of the jobs and construction, but also to forward our growth and our development as a metropolitan area. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Newman.
Mr. President, regarding the A27 amendment, I could not disagree stronger and would oppose this amendment. First, I believe that it allows the IIJA money to be available for purposes of guideways and light rail. That is something that I absolutely am opposed to. Furthermore, I simply do not agree that guideways and light rail are a good expenditure of our funds for purposes of transit. And if we adopt this amendment, we will be reversing that course in terms of the original bill. So I do oppose the amendment.
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just rise to ask for a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. The secretary will take the roll on the A27 amendment. Calling Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I reported no vote for Senator Abler.
Abler votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Draheim votes no.
Draheim votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Miller votes no.
Miller votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes no.
Thomasoni votes nay. I call on Senator Frentz to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kent votes aye.
Kent votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 36 nays, the amendment does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the A101 amendment and ask for a roll call vote.
Senator Uyghur moves the A101 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Uyghur moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 179 after line 12, insert. This is Amendment A101.
Roll call being requested. Roll call granted. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, there's been quite a bit of discussion about accountability for the Metropolitan Council, which now is in its 55th year. Just for your information, I served on the Metropolitan Council prior to my service here. The Met Council, yes, needs to be more accountable, directly accountable, as there's been bipartisan pleas, and to do that, it should be an elected body. The amendment before you would call for an elected Metro Council. Ideally, we would have a full committee hearing that would precede this. There have been these attempts in the past. It seems like it gets a lot of discussion, but never quite makes it. Here we are again. We can do something. If you want an elected Met Council, let's vote for this. If you want to fine-tune it, then that can be done in conference committee. This calls for an elected Met Council in 2024, 17 members. They would select the chair. There would be staggered terms. By the way, those are recommendations that have come from a number of groups asking for a more accountable council. There are limits as to what could be spent in the campaign, and the numbers are within the bill itself, which I can go into further. And the public financing is, optional if you do want to get that. The legislature would draw boundaries. You would have control. It's especially important for reasons that you've talked in terms of accountability. So if you support an elected Met Council, please vote green. Thank you.
Senator Newman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Uyghur for the A101 amendment. I do oppose the amendment, but I will say this, that this is an issue of governance that has been around the Senate, I think, for as long as I've been here. I don't know if it's been around for as long as Senator Uyghur has been here, but certainly since I've been here, we've been talking about this issue. It would seem to me to be an issue that we should bring up and have a full committee hearing and discussion on it. And that was not done. I'm not aware of a bill in transportation on revising the Metropolitan Council, so we didn't have a hearing in transportation. But I do believe the pressure is building in order to have some meaningful reforms addressed to the Metropolitan Council. I just don't know that it's in the best interest of the folks in the metropolitan area in particular. to do that on the Senate floor. So I do oppose the A101 amendment, and I would urge senators to maybe bring this forward next year and have a meaningful conversation on it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Chair Jasinski yield for a question?
He will yield. Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chair Jasinski, I have the honor of serving on the local government committee, and would you be able to recall if you were asked by members of the minority to have a hearing on Met Council reform and governance this year?
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bingham, I believe there was a bill, and I did not give it a hearing this year. I didn't think the timing was right. I had a lot of people on both sides of having that hearing or not, so we chose, I as the chair, chose not to have a hearing this year.
Senator Bingham.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I have come full circle on this issue. There is no doubt that reform has to happen to the Met Council. The majority party in this body has not held one hearing. In fact, up until this year, there was a committee basically with oversight over the Met Council. I can't recall who the chair of that committee was at this moment, but regardless, last year in the transportation bill, we literally gutted the Met Council, and nothing came back from it. There hasn't been one hearing. To quote my favorite senator, I feel like this is all foam and no beer. The rhetoric that comes out of the majority party on this issue, there are no hearings, no reform, no changes, nothing to do with updating the laws on this. So members, this is a start. Vote green.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there's not a roll call, I'll request a roll call.
Roll call has already been requested. Senator Dibble.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I don't know if Senator Uyghur was moved and inspired by the amazing speeches that were given by Senator Westrom or myself, but thank you so much for bringing this bill. It actually is, I think, same language as my Senate File 938. And of course, in the previous comments, this is exactly what I was talking about. I think Senator Westrom talked about, the only form of accountability that comes through elections. And my comments from before are sincere. I actually believe that if you analyze and put this structure to that legal test, that the Met Council would fail that test. This is an illegal, unconstitutional delegation of powers, and we've had, I don't know how many blue ribbon commissions, 7, it seems like we have one every year, and they come back just to talk about rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. The only reform that is ever going to get us, if we want a regional governance, if we agree that that's an important thing, some think that isn't, but if we do agree, the Met Council is a political subdivision of the state. It's like a county or a city. It needs to be elected. They have the power to tax. They have land use powers that supersede the land use authority of municipalities in the metro area. They run billions and billions of dollars in services, sewer, transportation, others, and they serve a vital function. It has to be an elective body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Osmick.
Well, in answer to Senator Bingham, yeah, once upon a time, I think we might have had a committee that had that jurisdiction. I can't quite remember how many meetings we had, but I think it's a fairly low number. Senator Bingham, I agree. We have to deal with them. I think my comments, and unfortunately, Senator Dibble didn't recognize my oratory when I was talking about them. But again, Senator Dibble and I agree. I'm on this bill with him. He signed my bill that was 250 pages long. It's the shoot the Met Council and bury him in the backyard bill, for lack of a better term. Here's why I can't vote for it. I've tried to reform them since the day I got here, because I spent almost 12 years on a city council. I've dealt with them in good ways and bad. The problem I have with electing them is this, and this is not to be derogatory towards soil and water commissioners. They do a fine job. But on every ballot, you're going to see soil and water commissioners. Do you know what your soil and water commissioner believes in? No. It's just another name on the ballot. How many judges that are on the ballot do you know what their positions are? Nearly zero. Adding Met Council is just putting another name or two onto the ballot. And I think the biggest reason, other than you don't know what they stand for, which I guess, as a voter, you should probably figure this out yourself. That's a fair point. But the bigger reason is that the people who know what the Met Council is doing and not doing, if they're performing or not performing, or doing the right thing or doing the wrong thing, are city councils. Some ways the county commissioners are. Some people are leaving this body to perhaps join county commissioners. They know because they deal with them on a daily basis. They deal with them on sewage. They deal with them on planning, rezoning, comp plans, which I've been trying to work on the last couple of years to try and give smaller communities who have virtually no changes to their comp plans the ability to have a 2-page sign-off so that they don't spend thousands and thousands of dollars. Strangely enough, I got the Met Council moving in that direction because, frankly, they don't want to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on a comp plan that's the same as the one that they did 10 years ago. That's good. They're listening to that aspect. Other aspects, they're not. I've had a bill, and I think Senator Rest was on it once upon a time dealing with the Met Council, to have the Met Council be approved. In other words, it would change the structure of how the Met Council representatives get appointed. And after the governor makes the appointment, what it would do is it would cause the cities to have sign-off. They would have to get the prospective districts have cities in them. And city councils would have to give resolutions of support to say, yes, this person's credentials seem like the thing we would approve of. See, having the vote come from the city councils, and inadvertently people, the voters, will get to vote on the Met Council through their city council. It's sort of a little backwards way of going about it, but it still would get the voice of the people there, because you can go into your city council and say, don't you dare vote to put Joe Smith as my Met Council representative. Because they know that person, and they know what their persuasion is, and they know that they don't believe in either building high-rises or not building high-rises, or whatever the case might be for planning, or whatever the other issues are that they deal with them, with the Met Council. So making them elected is really problematic, in my opinion. I signed on to Senator Dibble's bill. I think we still have a lot of work to do in dealing with the Met Council, but members, I'm not sure today on the floor is the right way to vet a very serious change to the structure and governance of the Met Council. I'm all in favor of it. One final point, one of the reasons why I think, I'm not putting words into the other body, but I think one of the reasons why we didn't get anything done is because I don't feel that the other body will take up a change in any serious manner. I've never been approached by a member of the other body in the majority over there. It's not a good reason to not try and take action on the Senate floor or take action in committee, but I don't get the sense that the folks in the other body seriously want to deal with this. Maybe momentum is building up, but not at this point in time. So at this point, I have to disagree with the amendment, though I appreciate in principle that we're recognizing this on the Senate floor, that this has to be dealt with at some point in time. Today's not the time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I agree with my colleague, Senator Osmick. I also have a bill to reform the Met Council. This is a proposal that didn't get a hearing as well. It passed the Senate with bipartisan support a few years ago and was vetoed, because we know that right now, as under the current structure, the Met Council is just an extension of the executive branch. And this is a plan that is supported by the counties, that would have the counties each appoint somebody to the Metropolitan Council. It would have city council representatives. It would have special representatives from Minneapolis and St. Paul. We worked through that very, very hard and eliminated the tab, because the Met Council is the only metropolitan planning organization in the country that is directly appointed by the governor. Federal law states that you have to have elected officials, and we believe that just like all the other MPOs in the state, elected officials can come together and do this work without being directly elected to the Metropolitan Council. As a member, representative, representing a suburban metropolitan district, please do not add another level of government, another level of taxing authority on us. We have a state legislature, we have a county, we have cities, we have township boards, and we have MPOs across the state made up of members of those organizations that represent us directly in those decisions, and we don't need another elected body to do that, Mr. Chair. I oppose the amendment.
Senator Bingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, if cities are struggling and counties are struggling with the Met Council, Democrats are struggling, Republicans are struggling with the Met Council, something isn't working. And with all due respect, to blame the other body for a reason we haven't gotten something done, no. You've already heard a couple members stand up on this floor and say they haven't had hearings over bills and reforms on this. That is the only reason that we haven't done anything in the Senate, is because of the lack of hearings from this body. I mean, we can blame the other body for whatever they want, but they send stuff over here, like, you know, bills for us to deliberate. We send things over there. That's how this works, and they could take them up or not, but it's our job to pass something. We haven't. I'm not going to ask Chair Newman to yield, but I bet you probably half a dozen times I've talked to him and his wonderful staff about how they can help me with my Newport Park and Ride, because the Met Council operates it. Whether it's the state fair or just regular bus service, constantly, every year, I have to fight for that. And a state senator should not have to be every year fighting the Met Council over service out of their transit station. It's staff-driven, staff-heavy, and there needs to be a change. And if this body won't take it up on the regular committee process, then we need to do it in conference committee. Vote green.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, wondering if the author of the amendment would yield for a few questions.
Senator Uyghur will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Uyghur, can you talk to me about the process of the election? Is it going to change what members of the commission or the council, Met Council, would get paid? And just talk about that structure, just so we have that all figured out as we talk about this. But and then I'd like to talk a little more history about the Met Council as we dive into this bigger debate today about the Met Council.
Senator Uyghur.
Thank you. Mr. President, Senator Westrom, the election, as I mentioned earlier, would be in 2024, and the districting would be done for the 17 districts by the legislature. The salary that would be going for council members would be determined by the council, just as city councils, county boards, other local units of government determine now.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Uyghur, you were on the council before the state Senate. This council's been around for about 55 years as I read up on it. How did this city of Minneapolis and St. Paul and the Twin Cities survive before the Met Council was put in place? Can you talk to us about that, Senator Uyghur? Because I think there's a deeper question here we need to get to. But if you could share any of the history with us, Senator Uyghur, and maybe some others have that information. 55 years ago puts it back in about 1965 or so. And so how did the Twin Cities survive, or did they not exist before the Met Council? I mean, is the Met Council that imperative that we can't have a Twin Cities without the Met Council? Senator Uyghur?
Senator Uyghur will continue to yield. Senator Uyghur.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Westrom. Yes, the Twin Cities, it did survive prior to the formation, but there were serious issues. And prior to the Met Council, there had been waste planning and the lack thereof, and actually it was sewage and what to do with it, which was a primary driver for the need for more comprehensive planning. And the leader, I believe that should get a great deal of credit, is former Governor Harold Levander. And it was his leadership that brought this through in 1967. And it was bipartisan, I believe, at that time. Mr. President, they talked about the need for more comprehensive planning and a conservative approach in terms of using resources where you can't just have growth everywhere. And so they talked about, primarily where the line, the Metropolitan Urban Service Area line would go, for where the sewage hookups would be. And at Met Council, I guess they used to say, when you flush, you think of us. Now, that was in the context of the waste control, but perhaps in other ways now. But in any event, it was the need to do a much better job on the planning for how we're going to deal with waste treatment, not only in the Twin Cities, but across America and throughout the planet. It continues to be a challenge. But that, back in the mid-'60s, that was an issue where the Twin Cities came together. And again, I want to do a big shout out to Harold Levander, because that's a key part of his legacy.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Uyghur, maybe it's time to bring that slogan back for the Met Council: flush and think of us. Maybe we should flush them.
Well,
Senator Uyghur, go ahead if you have any further comment on that. If you'd yield for
Mr.
that
President,
question.
Senator Westrom, if someone's seeking office, they are welcome to put in their platform or whatever they wish.
Senator Westrom?
So, Mr. President, members, Senator Uyghur, thank you for that information. I would guess Senator Dibble would maybe have some additional information, somebody that's been around here for a long time. I think my concern, Mr. President, members, is an elected body turns this into a permanent form of government. Earlier comments I brought up really, I think, share the sentiments of a lot of people that it's maybe time to flush the Met Council and this concept. And so, Mr. President, Senator Uyghur, if you'd yield for another question.
He will. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Uyghur, a few years back I was at an event, and the discussion was around the Met Council. And at that event, the information I was given was that this is only one of two experiments in the country. One was in Oregon, Portland, I believe they said, and this one. And no other metropolitan city has adopted a Met Council like we have here in Minnesota, except for that other one. Are you aware of any other Met Councils in other states that have popped up since this discussion I had maybe 5 years ago or more? And if so, if that's true, why aren't we seeing other states flocking to this Met Council concept? Senator Uyghur, if you have any thoughts on that.
Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom, there are several regional planning groups throughout the country, and I don't know how deeply you want to dive into that right now, but there are several regional groups. My point is the legislature has not exercised the oversight that it could have, should have. We talk about this, and I feel strongly about the voice of the people for deciding, how our, the region. And I appreciate your interest, from your district, but the region needs to have this type of oversight directly from the public. I also, Mr. President, want to add there should be a big shout out to former Senator David Durenberger. He was key to our great regional park system in putting that together, and that was made possible through the works of the Met Council. There's several other areas that they're involved in addition to waste, but parks was another area too for planning, but I believe some others would like to weigh in. The bottom line is we have talked about the need for accountability, for the public's voice, and to me that would be to have an election. The needs of the region aren't going to go away. They're only going to get more challenging, and we have, through testimony today, the comments on the floor, we have demonstrated that we need to have reform, and we have discussed this for decades. Let's go to an elected Met Council. Thank you.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Uyghur, and one last question, Senator Uyghur, wondering if you'd be amenable to expanding this to watershed districts across the state as well, which are also appointed.
Senator Uyghur.
Mr. President, Senator Westrom, no.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, just to kind of recap, summarize the discussion here, I'd like to listen to more discussion, debate, but members, I think it really is the time for us to let's take that slogan back, and it's time to flush the Met Council. Let's think of the Met Council as we flush them, if we want to revise their old slogan. But what it really is another layer of government on top of local government, below state government. And so let's think long and hard about this, members. When you're frustrated, when you've got problems with a unit of government, our forefathers set this country up to have a limited government, to have individual property rights, individual freedoms. That's contrary to bigger government. If you have bigger government, more government, you're going to have less freedoms, less property rights. They can't work. One of more means less of the other. And so I think the experiment is up. I think 55 years has told us that unelected units of government are not the right way to go. I would submit we should get rid of the Met Council, and let's go back to the elected bodies that make up the Met Council and have those elected bodies manage the Twin Cities just like the Twin Cities existed before they had a Met Council, another layer of government, unappointed, bureaucratic, unaccountable form of government on top of the local jurisdictions that are elected and made up of those citizens. And so members, think about that. I think this amendment should go further. Let's just repeal the Met Council, go back to the way government was, go back to the way it is in most every other state. We're one of only 2 states with a Met Council. I think that says it all.
Senator Benson.
Mr. President, I have the A102 amendment.
Senator Benson moves the A102 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Senator Benson moves to amend the A101 amendment, House File 4293, as follows. Page 1, delete lines 4 to 31 and insert. This is amendment to the amendment A102.
Senator Benson, to the 102 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Uyghur, I want to thank you for raising this important issue. And I know there's incredible frustration with the Met Council. You, Mr. President, Senator Pratt, and even myself have had a number of proposals for the Met Council through the pandemic. It has been challenging to move ideas like this forward. And so this proposal is a study, and to be candid, members, I really hope this isn't my last official action on the Senate floor, because creating a study is not exactly how people want to go out. But do we elect members of the Met Council? Are they appointed by county and city boards? Do we need a regional planning authority? Probably. What should its structure be? We're going to ask MMB to come back with a report next year so that Senator Begum, the ideas that you're concerned about can be brought forward. And so, Mr. President, I propose that we adopt the A102 amendment, settle the dispute here on the floor, don't surprise the public with election decisions being made on the floor, and take the opportunity to really focus on this next year.
Senator Begum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Benson. And I also hope, for your sake, this is not the final action that you get to do on the Senate floor. Members, we had a blueprint for the Met Council reform. I actually have a bill that takes their recommendations, and it never received a hearing. We've already done this. And there wasn't consensus. There were minority support submitted by members, and one that should be familiar with a lot of people in this body. She was a long-term, long-serving member, Dakota County Commissioner Mary Liz Holberg, submitted minority comments in the report and everything. All we have to do, members, is have hearings on the bills that are introduced, and they haven't been. This has already been done. It was done 3 years ago. Vote no.
Further discussion to the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. President,
Senator Benson.
I'd request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Uyghur, it looks like you'd like to speak to this. Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Begum said, this has been studied and studied and studied, and she was on the Blueprint group. The League of Women Voters have issued numerous reports on this. Their metropolitan group. We've always had the ability for legislative involvement, and another Met Council study. Sure, there's options. You can go to an elected Met Council. You can go to a modification, as Senator Pratt had referred to, the COG, where you have the elected officials, or some hybrid. We've studied and studied this for years. So I'm not excited about yet another study. I'd rather get serious in conference committee and figure it out. Thank
Senator
you.
Benson.
And Mr. President, with all due respect, on the Senate floor is not the place to make the decision about what this body's position is on the structure of the Met Council. Maybe there should have been hearings, but that doesn't mean it's appropriate to make this decision on the floor. We have a number of different views on this, and so I'm asking for us as a body to decide. We're going to come back next year, and I hope whoever is here taking Senator Newman's place, taking your place, Mr. Chair, decides that Met Council reform needs to be a priority.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A102 amendment to the amendment. I call on Senator Frentz to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes nay. Senator Frentz.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes nay. Senator Frentz.
Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes nay. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kent votes no.
Kent votes nay. Senator Frentz.
Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes nay. Senator Frentz.
Senator Lopez Franzen votes no.
Lopez Franzen votes nay. Senator Frentz.
Senator Marty votes no.
Marty votes nay. Senator Frentz.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
And Senator Port votes no.
Port votes nay. How does Senator Frentz vote? Calling Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Abler votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Draheim votes aye.
Draheim votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senjum votes aye.
Senjum votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes aye.
Thomasoni votes aye. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 41 ayes and 25 nays, the motion does prevail. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Senator Uyghur.
Mr. President, I withdraw the request for a roll call.
Senator Uyghur withdraws the request for a roll call on the underlying amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the A11 amendment as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? The motion does prevail. The amendment is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading. Senator McEwen, I would advise members that if you have amendments, please make sure you get my attention. I do pause before I move to third reading, so please be prepared. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Usually, in my experience, Mr. President, you ask, is there further discussion on the bill? I was waiting for you to ask that. Mr. President, I have the A41 Amendment.
Secretary will report the A41 Amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend House File 4293 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 28th as follows. Page 10, line 16. This is Amendment A41.
To the A41 Amendment, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, earlier in our debate today, we heard talk about the electric vehicle infrastructure that we need. We had a robust debate earlier. This amendment goes to something that I heard earlier, which was we just want to try and get it right, and we want some time to be able to do that. In regard to the time, we've had lots of discussion about this. I believe that we've had plenty of time. And in fact, in regard to the climate crisis and the changes that we need to make to our transportation system, we are out of time. So what this amendment does is it establishes an EV infrastructure deployment plan. So it puts together exactly what we're talking about needing to do, a plan that will address our electric charging infrastructure needs, put something together, get that plan going, and it also removes the restrictive aspects of this bill that will hold us back from being able to access billions of dollars in federal funds that are out there. If we do not access those funds, we will be put at a disadvantage, not only economically, because of course we will be put at a disadvantage economically compared to our neighbors if we do not have this infrastructure in place, if we do not access those funds and move forward. But of course, we will be at a disadvantage going into the future for the future generations because we will not have done our part to reduce our emissions from our transportation sector. So colleagues, I ask you, let us move forward together to take advantage of this moment, to take away the restrictive parts of this bill in regard to the EV infrastructure that we know that we need to establish. And let's just do it. Let's just do it now. We're out of time. Let's go. Thank you.
Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I oppose the A41 amendment for the following reasons. Number one, in order to balance the removal of the electric vehicle fees, they are removing money from state road construction, county state aid highways, municipal cities over 5,000, and township roads. And I do not favor removing the electrical vehicle fees and using those construction funds for that purpose. In point of fact, what I think should happen is I think the electric vehicles should in fact be paying their fair share, and they are not. Insofar as the plan is concerned, I don't believe that we need legislation in order to force the Commissioner of Transportation to begin working on that plan. As a matter of fact, I think MnDOT is quite anxious to be involved in that plan, as are other interests. And I do expect that a plan will be addressed. And again, the deadline is in August. And so consequently, I do not support this amendment, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Seeing no further discussion, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just be very brief. I would encourage a green vote. This bill is actually responsive to the concerns expressed earlier by the chair in his reluctance to move ahead pending more information and a plan and the like. And this does exactly that. This is responsive to his well-founded concerns and critique, as many other states are doing, who are going to then be in a position to draw those dollars into their state. We're putting up a wall and we're rejecting. And members, I would just remind you that Minnesota is a net donor to the federal government. We give more money to the federal government than comes back in. This is an opportunity to maybe rebalance those scales just a little bit. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment. I call on Senator Frentz to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Kent votes aye.
Kent votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Lopez Franzen votes aye.
Lopez Franzen votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Marty votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Friends.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Friends.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Port votes aye. Call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes no.
Abler votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Draheim votes no.
Draheim votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Senjum votes no.
Senjum votes nay. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thomasoni votes no.
Thomasoni votes nay. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 36 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 4293, a bill for an act relating to state government.
Third reading. Further discussion before we go to close. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am wondering if Senator Miller is here and would yield for a question.
Senator Murphy, Senator Miller is not in the chamber when he becomes available. Perhaps we could come back to you unless you just want to discuss what you have to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is Senator Gazelka here and would he yield for a question?
Senator Gazelka was here previously. I don't see him. He's been reported on the 40.7. He may or may not be in the building.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is Senator Rosen here and would she yield for a question?
Senator Rosen is also not in the chamber. We can send out an APB.
Maybe so, Mr. President, and when one of them arrives, perhaps I can come back.
If I spot them, I'll let you know.
Wonderful, thank you.
Further discussion before we close the bill. Senator Murphy, we have staff looking for where we can find one of those individuals. So, members, before we go to closing comments, Senator Bach.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. During the debate on this bill, I got a text from Senator Thomasoni that he asked me to please thank Senator Newman for funding the Iron Range Expressway in his and Senator Eichhorn's district, I guess. It's a project that it's been 40 years in the making, and those of you members that have driven on Highway 169 all the way down by Mankato, all the way up to Ely in my district, the stretch, there's a small stretch between Virginia and Grand Rapids. It's still a two-lane road, and it was Rudy Perpich's dream that that would be called the Iron Range Expressway. Senator Newman, so on behalf of Senator Thomasoni at his request, thank you for funding that in the bill.
Additional final comments, Senator Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to express my gratitude to Senator Newman for granting me a hearing. There's an issue for Oakdale for a request for a noise wall on the freeway, the interstate, where it's been very noisy. And for over a decade, they've made requests with legislation, and there hasn't been a hearing in either body. Senator Newman, it was greatly appreciated that you took time sincerely with over 30, 40 minutes, and so I thank you. I acknowledge that on behalf of people in Oakdale that had that hearing that they had waited a decade for. And I thank your staff, I believe Matt Waldridge, for helping set that up. Thank you.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of Senate File 3975. I want to thank Senator Newman as on the transportation side for including some important aircraft for our state patrol, including the online driver's education, also taking up the independent expert review committee on the online sharing and fee increases for our deputy registers who are desperately needing increases because of the increased work they're doing for the back office at DPS. And then also thanking Article 9 on the salvage title bill. A lot of work went into that this fall. We had 7 meetings, and this is a great bill, a transparency bill that protects Minnesota consumers on vehicles that may have been severely damaged. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I want to thank Senator Newman and Senator Kiffmeyer in particular for their work on this bill. I have an opportunity to serve on both committees. There's been a lot of work done in state gov, and we are fortunate as a body to have someone with Senator Kiffmeyer's experience leading that effort around our election system. But I also wanted to just touch just briefly on some changes to the use of the breeder funds that was in the state government bill, language that will allow horses at Canterbury and running aces to be used for adoption, retirement, and repurposing once these horses no longer are able to compete. I particularly want to thank Senator Newman, though, for a couple of provisions in his bill. One that's, we talked about, and Senator Uyghur mentioned the project that he has in the bill, and I have one down in Jordan. We have the 169 and Minnesota Highway 282 interchange. That is an extremely important corridor of commerce where about half the agricultural product in the state of Minnesota travels on 169, and this is the last stoplight between Anoka County and St. Peter. And it's become a real safety concern on the highway for residents of Scott County as we continue to be the second fastest growing county in the state. So I appreciate Senator Newman's support of that project, both from the commerce standpoint, but in particular the safety aspect. I also appreciate that we had a good discussion on third-party commercial driver's licenses. This was the 11th recommendation in the King report. And as I mentioned before, there's no safety concerns, but I do think it will help Minnesotans, particularly those that want to become truck drivers, get into the business and be safe and start earning a good wage. I also appreciate that we have in there Senate File 3990, which was my bill to stop the Metropolitan Council from issuing certificates of participation on guideways. Members, these guideways start and stop predominantly in a single county. These are not guideways of regional significance. These are guideways that are really local and county projects, and they need to be treated that way. And so I appreciate Senator Newman putting that in. I think it's the most appropriate way to fund those. Mr. President, I think this is probably one of the best transportation bills we've seen in this body in a long time, and I encourage members to vote yes.
Senator Murphy. Senator Miller has returned to the chamber. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Would Senator Miller yield?
He will yield. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am rising to speak about the debate and the vote that was taken on Senator Pappas's A31 amendment dealing with the Rondo Bridge. Senator Miller, you weren't the leader of the caucus at the end of last session, but at the end of last session, there was a deal struck to get us out of session that included frontline worker pay and reinsurance, and it included the Rondo Land Bridge. And that has been undone in the course of this session, and Senator Pappas tried to add it back to this legislation, and it got a unanimous no vote from the Senate Republican majority. Senator Miller, I am concerned about what it says about the ability of this body to function together when a deal that is struck is so easily unraveled. And I'm wondering if you could share with me your intentions for the end of session negotiation and the commitment that you have to us, to the members of the House, and to the administration in terms of striking a deal and keeping it.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senator Murphy, I'm not sure exactly what the question was, but I think my short time as leader has a pretty strong track record of keeping my word and striking deals, working together with Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate, as well as the administration, to get good things done for the people of the state of Minnesota. So far the track record's been strong, and look forward to continuing to work with members on both sides of the aisle in both chambers and the administration to get things done.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, President Osmek, and if Senator Miller would continue to yield.
He will. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, President Osmek, and I raise this because it is fundamental to the way these bodies do our work. Before I was ever elected, when I worked for the nurses, I was told over and over again by the people that weren't inside this room but outside of this room that your word is your bond. You break it, people know it, it's a small community. And the ways in which we work together count on our word, a handshake, a signature, a deal. Today, frontline workers finally became a reality. That was a part of the deal from last session. So was the Rondo Land Bridge. And today, when Senator Pappas tried to restore that to this bill, the Senate Republican majority unanimously voted against that, including Senator Miller. I looked. Senator Miller, you are the leader of the caucus now. You weren't then, but it seems to me as a leader that part of your responsibility is to uphold the integrity of the deals that have been made as they come through this session. And so I know this is uncomfortable because we're talking about integrity, Senator Miller, and I want to believe very much that you intend to uphold your word because it represents the agreements of this entire body. It's not just your word, it's our word together. So I won't ask that last question, Senator Miller. I'm going to take you at your word. But the fact that the land bridge is out right now and not a part of this transportation bill and not a part of this body is a bad signal, and it sends a signal to a people in St. Paul and a community in St. Paul that were counting on us, who already experienced a devastation decades ago. And they don't have a voice in here except for mine and Senator Pappas's, Senator Bobby Joe Champion, who raised this, and fiercely in the Finance Committee. I hope that the land bridge finds its way back into the work of this session, that we keep our word, and Senator Miller, that's your word. Thank you.
Further comments before we close the bill? Senator Carlson?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to stand and express my disappointment in this bill. I'm only going to speak about elections. I know that there's a lot of disappointments in other parts of the bill, but I'm disappointed that we have moved funding from places like cybersecurity and also the elections process that were not requested and are not fully funded. And I'm also disappointed that we moved funding away from the ability to help greater Minnesota county attorneys to be able to prosecute and actually convict the people that we think should be convicted and should be held accountable for their crimes. I also am disappointed that we've disregarded some of the thoughts that people would have as privacy matters when they look at how their information is being requested to be shared with the public, especially things like their history of perhaps being on the list of challenges where that's through no fault of their own, they're on that list. And what we've heard is that we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people who will now have a record that will be looked at and can be questioned. So I'm disappointed in the bill, and I will have to vote no, and I urge a red vote from anyone who is concerned about these things also. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've had the uncanny ability to be on each one of the committees that have a part of this bill, and it was an honor to be on all three of them. And I think this composite bill is a good bill to vote green on, folks. So I fully support it. Thank you.
Any further final comments before we close the bill? Senator McEwen. Nope. You're on my closing list, Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate that. I have a comment in regard to one section of the bill that was brought to my attention, and I've been looking at it through the course of the day. I don't know if people are aware, but St. Louis County is huge, huge. Duluth is right at the southeastern tip of St. Louis County. And as I understand it, this legislation that we're considering today would set forth that an absentee ballot drop box must be located within 100 feet of a door of the building where the county auditor or municipal clerk's office is located. That office, the county auditor's office, is in Duluth. So I've driven up to the northern part of our county a few times, and it takes a long time. I just looked at it up to just make sure that I wasn't overstating what it would take to drop off your ballot if you were way up north there. And it is at least a 2.5-hour trip, one way, from the northern part of St. Louis County all the way down to Duluth to drop off that ballot. So you're telling me that you're going to pass this law and you're going to tell elderly people who live up north in St. Louis County that they got to take a 5-hour plus 6 hours with stops for gas and resting to drop off their ballot? My God, I ask you colleagues to vote no to this abomination of a bill.
Further closing comments. Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to echo my colleague here, my St. Paul colleague, Senator Murphy, about the promise of legislation here. And I want to speak a little bit about the Rondo community, the Rondo Bridge, or the land bridge. I wasn't here, when we hear story about the thriving black community here in the 50s, and I'm sure half of the people in this room may not be here. But I have read a good story of the progress back then. I just want to share two stories that I heard personally. One is from the mayor of St. Paul, Mayor Melvin Carter, and he talked about his dad. When he was younger, his dad drove him on Highway 94 and said, "Our house used to be here. Our house used to be here," and we passed. There we go. We passed our house, our family house. The second story I heard was from a good friend of mine. He's 15 years of my elders, a German immigrant, came here as a child. His parents took him to New Ulm, didn't quite like it there, and moved here to St. Paul. And he remembered that his father had to rent an apartment from a black landlord. And that was the first time he saw a black person. This tells me a lot about the community back then. The ownership of black community in the Rondo area. And again, I wasn't here in the 50s, but I was here in the 90s. And I see a thriving multicultural community. Black Americans helping new Americans, Hmong, Somali, Vietnamese, Cambodian. That changed the whole dynamic of Frogtown. Business thriving again, like we're all going through. And we have opportunity here to extend further, to reconnect the past with now and build something better for the future. And so I want to stand by my colleague, Senator Murphy, to ask that our body here and our majority leaders to reconsider putting this back in, because stripping it will be an insult action and shameful for going back on our words. So thank you, Mr. President.
Closing comment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, before I forget, I did want to also take this moment to thank all of the just incredible staff with whom we work to not just put together this bill, but that really help us understand the policies and help us just keep moving forward in a proactive direction. Let me first thank Senator Newman. We disagree on a lot, as you have detected by this debate, but I'm grateful for our connection and our relationship. And I think we have one of the best committees in climate in which to work and do and debate and to air our values and our differences. And I appreciate the tone and the spirit of healthy, productive debate that you bring. So thank you, Senator Newman. Thank you, Ryan Majerus, part of our staff, Beth Ethier, who works for me, Lexi Stengel, of course, and Krista Boyd on the nonpartisan staff. As part of Team Transpo on the Republican side, David Frazier, Pat Kaluza, Matt Woolridge, and Dom Linetti, all just fantastic to work with. I appreciate all the time they take. It took some time during, I guess it wasn't break for staff, but it was break for us to work through some issues, and of course came out for the tour of the condos. And Senator Newman already acknowledged my team, Senator Kent, Johnson Stewart, Carlson, McEwen, but also their staff, Diana Rico, Nate Pasco, Taylor Spreeman, and Fabian Bean. Our DFL team, Transpo, spends a lot of time on Zoom calls and talking, and I appreciate all the work that everyone does. Mr. President, this bill is a pretty big bill, and it spends quite a bit of money. But unfortunately, I believe it falls short. And how is that possible? A bill that represents so much in the way of resources falling short. Mr. President, I just simply think this bill just fails to meet the moment. We've had some discussion connected to the energy debate and the environment debate about the circumstance we find ourselves with respect to our environment and our climate. It's urgent, it's serious, it's real, it's happening, and we have no time. And this bill really does put constraints in the transportation sector on our ability to move forward, as we just discussed. The restrictions on electric vehicles and the restrictions on the eligible uses of the federal infrastructure funds, the IIJA program, are astonishing. Just very quickly, not only is state match not allowed for electric vehicles and now not allowed anywhere on public property, EV infrastructure, but also, which was attempted to be unwound by Senator Johnson Stewart, these federal discretionary grant programs flowing through the IIJA are prevented. The Federal-State Partnership for Intercity Passenger Rail, the Restoration and Enhancement Grant Program, the Capital Investment Grants Program, Research, Development, Demonstration, and Deployment Projects, Pilot Program for Transit-Oriented Development and Planning, the electric or low-emitting ferry. Well, we don't have a lot of electric ferries, I guess. That's fine. I don't think we do. Maybe up in Duluth. The Reconnecting Communities Pilot Program and the Wildlife Crossings Pilot Program. Appropriation must not be used as a match for funding guideway projects or passenger rail projects. And on top of that, Mr. President, no expenditure can be made through the LAC process unless there's a direct appropriation. So basically, Mr. President, other than those funds that are pretty much going to come through the formula Minnesota declares in this bill, we're not interested in the $200 billion that's flowing through the infrastructure, federal infrastructure bill, which I think is really, really a shame. And Mr. Chair, some of the matching dollars, which I don't know what they're going to be matched for, represent cuts to the base of the Metropolitan Council Metro Transit. Metro Transit is fine for the time being because of the resources that have come through the pandemic relief dollars made available through Congress, but we are facing a real fiscal cliff that's coming up in just a couple of years. And if we don't restore the base level funding for Metro Transit, then we're going to see a wholesale reduction of routes and a reduction in service, and that's going to harm a lot of people very dramatically. And now we're adding insult to injury by cutting even more to Metro Transit's base. And then there's the whole raft, of course, of initiatives and policies in the bill that basically would put a screeching halt to all of our busway and guideway planning and ways of financing and paying for those sorts of things. So, Mr. President, for a whole lot of reasons, whether we're talking about addressing climate, our environment, equity, opportunity, regional vitality, economic competing with other states, all things that could be levers of opportunity that available through investments in transportation, through putting forward proactive, forward-looking policies, we're doing quite the opposite in this package of bills. I do appreciate a few of the positive things that are in the bill. Of course, we have the bus stop arm camera grants. That's a good thing. And Senator Uyghur is going to get his sound wall. There's a few small things in the bill, and I appreciate, of course, Senator Newman accommodating some of my issues that were late breaking, and that is also was very collegial, and I appreciate that. But taken as a whole, it's disappointing to see how much is being spent, how much is being locked up by earmarks going by a factor about 93% entirely to Republican districts. Corridors of Commerce, a program we all love and support. However, it's so supersized in this bill so as to inhibit the regular state road construction program, and also the bonding that's authorized in this bill uses up the entire bonding capacity in our trunk highway fund, which I also think is a pity. So thank you, Mr. President. Those are my comments on the bill. Lest people be confused, we do have the tradition in the Senate of not allowing folks to go on conference committee if they don't vote green. So you might see a green button by my name, but overall I'm disappointed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Closing comments, Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to just make a short, quick thank you to the members of the Veterans Committee and the staff, especially, I gave Senator Newton a little chance now that he's not here, but that is, as he goes on from the Senate, I'd just like to thank him individually for the conversations in the committee and the conversations afterwards, and some of the collegial attitude that we've had over the last couple of years that I've been chair, and I really appreciate that goes with Senator Uyghur and Senator Herr as well. On the Republican side of the House, a lot of gratitude goes towards Senator Duckworth and Senator Howe. Neither of them are in the chamber, of course, Mr. Chair, but again, without all their help, and of course, as we go on, Senator Anderson is a good guide as a newly minted chair just a couple of years ago. So with that, Mr. President, I appreciate all the effort as we go forward. Thanks.
Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I'm going to try and put a smile on your face by telling you I'm going to make an extremely short final comments. It's been a long afternoon, and I know that you are waving that metaphorical white flag. The only comment I do want to make is in response to Senator Tomassoni. You are welcome, and Senator Tomassoni, I know that you have worked hard on the Highway 169 up in your district, and I want to thank you for submitting that plan to the Transportation Committee, as well as to all of the other senators that have submitted their bills and requests for projects within your respective districts. And I want to thank you for that, because I do believe that it illustrates for MnDOT the desire of legislative members to work in collaboration with them in order to get projects completed in their respective districts, and for that I am grateful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I appreciate the spirited debate. It's one of the things I like best about the legislative process is the debate that goes on the issues, and appreciate all of that very much. I listen carefully and glad to hear your input in whatever ways they may come. But most important here right now is to thank the state government staff. In particular, I'll list them: Mr. Alec Bjorn, the committee administrator; Joey Wiley, the Republican researcher; Christina Wilson, our committee legislative assistant, who made everything go smoothly; Stephanie James, nonpartisan counsel; Andrew Erickson, nonpartisan fiscal analyst; Ms. Alexa Stengel, nonpartisan as well in regards to the election issues and transportation; to Nathan Coulter, the DFL researcher. As we all know, the longer you are here, your appreciation for these staff just increases exponentially because of how important it is for them and the work that they do, often not seen, but incredibly important. Members, this is a strong bill, one you can be proud to vote yes on. It includes many issues. Some you may support, but one thing to recognize is that it is a good bill, very thoughtfully put together, and I ask for your yes vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage of House File 4293 as amended. Call on Senator Jasinski to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Abler votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Coleman votes aye.
Coleman votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Draheim votes aye.
Draheim votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Gazelka votes aye.
Gazelka votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Goggin votes aye.
Goggin votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Limmer votes aye.
Limmer votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Duckworth votes aye.
Duckworth votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator St. John votes aye.
St. John votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tomassoni votes aye.
Tomassoni votes aye. Call on Senator Frentz to report members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes nay. Senator Frentz.
Senator Hoffman votes yes.
Hoffman votes aye. Senator Frentz.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes nay. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kent votes no. no.
Kent votes nay. Senator Frantz.
Senator Lopez Franzen votes no.
Lopez Franzen votes nay. Senator Frantz.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes nay. Senator Frantz.
Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes nay. Senator Frantz.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes nay. Senator Frantz.
Senator Port votes no.
Port votes nay. Senator Frantz.
Thank you, Mr. President. For your patience, I report Senator Marty votes no.
Marty votes nay. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 40 ayes and 26 nays, House File 4293 does pass as amended and is title agreed to. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for a brief recess for the purpose of appointing conference committee.
To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. Senate's in recess.
This one is fun. Word slap. Do you know that one? Let me see if I got that. Yeah, Mary Louise.
The Senate come to order. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a privileged report at the desk?
There is. The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Miller from the Subcommittee on Conference Committee recommends that the following senators be, and they hereby are appointed as a conference committee on Senate File 4062, Senators Ingebrigtsen, Tomassoni, Eichhorn, Weber, and Eakin. Senator Miller moves that the foregoing appointments be approved.
To that motion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. Moving to the 13th order of business. Announcements. Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session. Senator Fateh all day. Senator Port 11 o'clock until 3:15 p.m. Senator Torres Ray from 2:15 to 2:25 p.m. Senator Nelson from 4:30 to 5 p.m. Announcements. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate may not know this, but this week is Public Service Recognition Week. This week is to honor the people who serve our nation as federal, state, county, local, and tribal government employees. Our Human Resource Department has developed several ways to recognize Senate staff this week, and everyone is invited, and I hope everyone participates and joins them this Thursday, May 5th at 2 p.m. at the Senate Plaza for a special event. We truly have the best staff, and I'm honored to work with such dedicated people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the infamous I-90 party has been scheduled. It's May 11th, Wednesday, from 5 to 9 at the St. Paul Saints. Plenty to eat, all from the I-90, pork chops on a stick, of course, and a whole bunch of other beverages. Members, you'll be getting emails about this, so please come. I think we all deserve a break at the beautiful St. Paul Saints Stadium.
Further announcements. Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. This month is American Indian Month, and so it's a month of recognizing the history of the indigenous people. On Thursday, May 5th, there will be a gathering, just a real informal gathering out on the front steps, and we'll do a quiet walk around the Capitol grounds. You are all invited. There should be an invitation in your mailboxes. Wear red to recognize the missing and murdered Indigenous women, and I hope that you will join us. Thank you.
Further announcements. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Tuesday, May 3rd at 11 a.m.
To that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the motion does prevail. The Senate is adjourned.